Chapter 749. Armor Soul Hydra. Zhuowen, you little bastard, how dare you? Huangfu Wuji glared at Zhuowen, his voice growing colder and colder. Huangfu Wuji was the second prince and had an honorable status. Yet, in Zhuowen's mouth, he had been reduced to trash. How could Huangfu Wuji not be angry? What? You want to fight? Staring at Huangfu Wuji, the corners of Zhuowen's lips curled up. His voice grew colder and his eyes contained a trace of killing intent. If Huangfu Wuji dared to attack, then Zhuowen could immediately counterattack. Like this, he would have enough reason to cripple Huangfu Wuji. After all, with his current strength, Huangfu Wuji simply wasn't his match. Although Huangfu Wuji was the second prince, the Blue Emperor didn't place as much importance on him as Huangfu Wudao. Moreover, Zhuowen's talent far surpassed Huangfu Wuji's. If Huangfu Wuji attacked first and was then crippled by Zhuowen, then Zhuowen knew that it was impossible for the Blue Emperor to make things difficult for him. After all, he was currently one of the top 5 geniuses on the Blue Emperor proclamation. Moreover, he was on the side of reason. As these words came out, Huangfu Wuji froze. He was only at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. As for Zhuowen, he had relied on the energy of the Azure Dragon to break through to the late ultimate emperor realm. The difference between the two was like the heavens and the earth. Would Huangfu Wuji dare to attack Zhuowen? Your Highness Second Prince, I, Zhuowen, challenge you to a life or death battle. Do you dare to accept? Zhuowen stepped forwards, his eyes fixed on Huangfu Wuji. His voice was clear and resonant, like a great bell that rumbled through the entire hall. Life or death battle. The other geniuses all looked at Zhuowen in shock. They all knew that when Zhuowen's cultivation was at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm, he had already been able to defeat Huangfu Wuji. Now, Zhuowen's cultivation had risen in a straight line, reaching the late ultimate emperor realm. As for Huangfu Wuji, he was only at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. If the two of them fought in a life or death battle, Huangfu Wuji would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stubbornly glared at Zhuowen, all the hairs on his body standing on end. His complexion was gloomy to the extreme. How could the current him dare to fight Zhuowen to the death? There was no doubt that he would lose this battle. Your Highness, I, Zhuowen, challenge you to a battle of life and death. Zhuowen stepped forwards, his eyes still locked onto Huangfu Wuji. His voice was as cold as ice, and a terrifying aura swept out, causing Huangfu Wuji to involuntarily take a step back. Looking at the retreating Huangfu Wuji, Zhuowen sneered and restrained his terrifying aura. He faintly said, "Was I wrong to call you trash? You don't even dare to accept my death match. What right do you have to bark like a dog in front of me?" Zhuowen's words were loud and clear, each word striking at the heart. Huangfu Wuji's complexion alternated between green and white. In particular, the surrounding geniuses all had strange looks in their eyes, causing Huangfu Wuji to feel even more ashamed. He, Huangfu Wuji, the dignified second prince of the imperial family, had actually been scared into retreating because of a few words from Zhuowen. To him, this was simply a great shame. However, he didn't dare to accept the challenge, nor did he dare to speak. Zhuowen had already reached the peak of his strength, and he simply wasn't his match. Accepting the challenge was undoubtedly bringing about his own destruction. Zhuowen shook his head, looking at Huangfu Wuji with ridicule in his eyes. Then, he arrived at the closest purple gold pillar, silently watching the center of the hall, where there was only one figure sitting cross-legged there. Huangfu Wuji also dejectedly retreated to a corner, but the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. Bang! A sound like muffled thunder exploded in the air. Then, a terrifying aura spread out like a tsunami, filling the entire hall. Suddenly, the air around the entire hall seemed to freeze. A terrifying gravity filled the entire hall. Zhuowen's body sank, his knees slightly bent. If he hadn't circulated his energy in advance, then he would have been in an extremely difficult situation under this sudden gravity. What a terrifying aura! Is Huangfu Wudao about to break through? Zhuo Wen's gaze focused slightly as he stared at the figure that sat cross-legged at the center of the hall. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao's eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp bright light flickered within them like the stars in the night sky. Then, Huangfu Wudao slowly stood up, looking up at the sky. An even more terrifying aura surged out, gathering above Huangfu Wudao. Finally, it formed a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, communicating with heaven and earth. On the altar, Emperor Qing looked at the pillar of light that soared into the sky, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. He knew that Huangfu Wudao was about to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Zhuowen, Qin Yan, and the other geniuses around the hall also raised their heads, staring at the pillar of light that soared into the sky. At the same time, all the warriors in the imperial capital also raised their heads, looking up at the huge pillar of light. Most of them had already guessed what was going on. Someone has broken through to the Xuanzuan realm. On the high platform in the square, many powerful figures also looked up at the sky. They naturally knew that one of the top 10 geniuses had broken through to the Xuanzuan realm under Emperor Qing's empowerment. It should be Huangfu Wudao. Before the empowerment, Huangfu Wudao was already half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Now, after the empowerment, he should be able to break through to the Xuanzuan realm directly. Everyone guessed that the person who had broken through should be Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao's strength and cultivation were obvious to everyone. Under Emperor Qing's empowerment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Crack! A crisp sound slowly resounded through the sky. At the end of the pillar of light, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the illusory void, and a light figure slowly descended from the crack. If one looked closely, this light figure was actually the image of a baby. The baby's face was blurry, and its body was curled up. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if it was still in the womb of a pregnant woman. Is this a nascent soul? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with curiosity as he watched the baby's light figure slowly descend from the crack in the void. The energy within this nascent soul was much denser than that of an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. It was an energy bestowed by the heavens. This was also part of the reason why the four venerables were much stronger than the ultimate emperor realm cultivators. Under everyone's gazes, the radiant nascent soul finally descended above Huangfu Wudao's head. It then entered his body through his Tianling acupoint. Boom! As soon as the nascent soul entered his body, the aura within Huangfu Wudao's body became even more terrifying. Countless terrifying gales swept up around his body, and his entire body was filled with a dazzling white light. In the Great Hall, except for Emperor Qing, the other 9 geniuses could not help but retreat from the gales that were spreading in all directions. Even Zhuowen had to retreat dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. His gaze landed on Huangfu Wudao's body, and his expression was filled with shock. Huangfu Wudao was terrifying. He had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm, but the aura he displayed was actually much stronger than that of an ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivator. Oh! The moment the nascent soul entered Huangfu Wudao's body, a brutal and terrifying roar burst out from his body. It was as if a terrifying beast had been sealed within Huangfu Wudao's body and was being released at this moment. Countless purple tentacles gushed out from Huangfu Wudao's body. They were densely packed and covered an area of several meters. Amidst the countless purple tentacles, a huge purple snake head suddenly swept out from behind Huangfu Wudao. This purple snake's head was several dozen feet long, and its purple scales reflected a strange purple light under the scorching sun. 2 fangs that were several feet long grew out of its mouth, and they emitted a cold light. This is Huangfu Wudao's armor soul. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at the purple snake that had suddenly emerged from Huangfu Wudao's body. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the purple snake. After the first purple snake head emerged, another puffing sound was heard. Then the second purple snake head emerged, followed by the third, the fourth. When the ninth purple snake head drilled out, this terrifying giant beast suddenly leaped out and completely drilled out of Huangfu Wudao's body. Its enormous body almost blotted out the sky as it floated in midair. Only then did Zhuowen see the true face of this giant beast. This giant beast had a huge body, and on its huge body were 9 huge purple snake heads. 9-headed snake. Huangfu Wudao's armor soul was actually a 9-headed snake. The 9-headed snake was an extremely powerful existence in ancient times. Although it was much weaker than a high-level true dragon, it was much stronger than most low-level true dragons. It was a well-known savage beast in ancient times. Qin Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the 9-headed snake that floated in mid-air with a dignified expression. Although he had a dragon soul in his body, it was only a third-grade dragon soul. In ancient times, a third-grade true dragon was considered a low-level true dragon, and its strength was slightly weaker than a 9-headed snake. Therefore, Huangfu Wudao's 9-headed snake armor soul was actually much stronger than Qin Yan's third-grade dragon soul. If the two were of the same level, Qin Yan might not be a match for it in a battle. Moreover, Huangfu Wudao was one step ahead of him and had arrived in the Xuanzuan realm first. It was even more impossible for Qin Yan to be a match for Huangfu Wudao. Thinking of this, Qin Yan felt a little helpless. He originally thought that after learning the Blue Dragon Hall's unique skill, the Green Dragon technique, his strength had greatly increased. Coupled with the dragon soul in his body, he already had the strength to compete with Huangfu Wudao. But now it seemed that he was left far behind by Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was stronger than him, and so was his armor soul. What did he have to compete with Huangfu Wudao? A woo! The 9-headed snake faced the sky and roared. In this long roar, there was an endless joy. Then, the 9 heads looked down at Huangfu Wudao, a trace of coldness in their eyes. What? This king has already materialized your armor soul. Are you not willing to listen to this king? Huangfu Wudao had his hands behind his back as he stared fearlessly at the 9-headed snake above his head. His indifferent and cruel voice slowly resounded. This 9-headed snake was indeed extraordinary. It actually had a bit of spiritual wisdom, and at this time, it actually showed signs of wanting to devour its master. A woo! The 9-headed snake roared and swooped down toward Huangfu Wudao, all 9 heads attacking him at the same time. Hee hee. You really are a beast with a personality, but this king likes it. Let this king teach you a good lesson. Chapter 750. Those who submit will prosper, those who resist will perish. Rumble. 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 Huangfu Wudao's entire body was covered in terrifying blades of energy as he transformed into a flowing light that instantly collided with the 9-headed snake. A sound that was like muffled thunder resounded throughout the entire hall. After that, everyone noticed to their astonishment that Huangfu Wudao was actually fighting the 9-headed snake bare-handed without the slightest fear, and he even grew more courageous as he fought. Huangfu Wudao was tiny like an ant when compared to the 9-headed snake's enormous body, yet he faintly showed signs of suppressing the 9-headed snake. Rumble. A black shadow suddenly shot out from midair and smashed heavily onto the center of the hall, causing the ground to shatter and form an enormous pit. Everyone looked over and actually noticed that it was the terrifying 9-headed snake that had been struck down from midair. At this moment, the scales on the surface of the 9-headed snake's violet-colored heads had practically split apart while violet-colored blood ceaselessly gushed out like a small stream, and it formed a violet-colored pool within the deep pit. Huangfu Wudao silently floated in midair as he looked down at the 9-headed snake within the pit, and then he grinned and said, "You, still want to try?" Ow! The 9-headed snake roared loudly, but its roar was filled with terror because Huangfu Wudao was its master, and he was too terrifying. Hee hee. Those who submit will prosper, those who resist will perish. As my soul armor, you should obediently submit to me. Come back. Huangfu Wudao flicked his sleeve, causing the nine-headed snake below to transform into a violet ray of light that entered Huangfu Wudao's body once more, whereas, Huangfu Wudao slowly descended to the ground of the hall. At the same time, the Qing Emperor slowly walked down from the altar and arrived at the center of the hall, and then he glanced at Huangfu Wudao with a rather satisfied gaze and said, "The nine-headed snake has an unruly disposition and will absolutely not submit completely. You have to properly train it in the future." Huangfu Wudao nodded and said rather respectfully, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I'll remember your teachings." The top 5 of the Qing Emperor rankings stepped forward. The Qing Emperor nodded, and then his gaze converged onto the other geniuses as he spoke in a clear voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuowen, Glen Baihe, Zhu Bai, and Qin Yan walked out at the same time and arrived before the Qing Emperor with gazes that carried a wisp of anticipation. They all knew that their reward this time was related to the quota for the Divine Arts Academy's entrance exam. Being able to enter the top 5 is enough to prove that you have extremely strong potential. Therefore, this jade talisman is what you deserve. As he spoke, the azure arch waved his sleeves, and 5 jade-colored spots of light shot out and landed in the palms of the 5 people. Zhuowen's gaze focused on the jade talisman. On the surface of the jade talisman, there were 2 engraved words, Jia Shen. This is the qualification jade token for the Divine Academy's entrance examination. Only by holding this jade token will you have the qualifications to participate in the upcoming entrance examination, Emperor Qing said indifferently. Your Highness Emperor Qing, when will Jia Shen College's entrance exam begin? Zhu Bai, who had been silent, suddenly asked. The Excellent Gods Institute's examination is held once every 10 years. This time, the examination will begin in half a year's time. At that time, this emperor will personally bring you to the Excellent Gods Institute. The Cyan Emperor nodded. Now that this emperor has given out all the rewards, the 10 of you can leave. As for the 5 of you, go back and recuperate properly. Prepare for the marquee battle in 9 days. At that time, this emperor will personally confer the title of Marquis to the top 3 and enjoy supreme status and glory. The Cyan Emperor waved his sleeves and disappeared from the hall, leaving behind Huangfu Wudao and the other 9 people in the hall looking at each other in dismay. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped chi field that had condensed in the air above the throne room. If what Xiao He said was true, there were many dragon veins below the throne room. Zhuowen's heart couldn't help but stir. The dragon vein chi was of great help to Xiao He. Moreover, he could rely on the dragon vein chi that Xiao He absorbed to continuously cultivate. To Zhuowen, this was a supreme treasure. Brat! Don't be rash. This throne room isn't as simple as you think. The Cyan Emperor isn't simple either. If you want to break into the dragon vein below the throne room, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. Xiao He's solemn voice instantly resounded in his mind. She was afraid that Zhuowen would be rash. At that time, if the Cyan Emperor discovered them, they would all be finished. Although the Cyan Emperor usually looked amiable and his smile was like a spring breeze, his methods were even more tyrannical and cruel than Huangfu Wudao. This was also why the Cyan Emperor could rule the Qing Xian Empire for so long. If the Cyan Emperor didn't have extraordinary methods, it was very unlikely that he could rule such a huge territory like the Qing Xian Empire. Zhuowen nodded and said, I know. The Cyan Emperor's methods are strange and unpredictable. I won't act rashly. However, Xiao He, do you have any way to sneak into the dragon vein? Zhuowen still didn't want to let go of the dragon vein below the throne room. After all, it was too important to him and Xiao He. He couldn't stay calm at all. Yes. However, it will take some time. After all, the Cyan Emperor is an Emperor realm expert. If you want to sneak into the dragon vein without anyone noticing, I'm afraid you'll have to make sufficient preparations. I'll take care of this. When the time is right, I'll tell you, Xiao He said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He had blind confidence in Xiao He. After all, Xiao He's origin was mysterious and she wasn't simple. She knew a lot more than him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen planned to leave the throne room directly. However, when he turned around, a figure unknowingly blocked his path. Looking at the figure in front of him, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Qin Yan. Why are you blocking my path?" The figure blocking Zhuowen's path was Qin Yan from the Azure Dragon Branch Hall. At this moment, Qin Yan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He smiled and said, "I hope we can meet in 9 days. At that time, I'll let you know how to behave." "Oh. Did you block my way just to say this nonsense? Since you're done, you can move aside now." Zhuowen replied coldly. This caused Qin Yan's face to stiffen. His eyes narrowed dangerously, but he still moved aside. Now was not the time to deal with Zhuowen. After 9 days, his eyes would eventually meet Zhuowen's. At that time, he would let this arrogant brat in front of him have a good taste of defeat. After passing by Qin Yan, Zhuowen stepped out of the throne room. The square outside the throne room was still crowded with people. It was bustling with noise and excitement. After walking out of the throne room, Zhuowen went directly to Lu Hantian's side. The other geniuses also returned to the sides of the leaders of their respective factions. "Zhuowen. You've broken through to the late stage of the Nine-Will Emperor realm." Lu Hantian's eyes flashed. He could see Zhuowen's cultivation at a glance. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Before entering the throne room, Zhuowen was only at the peak of the Seven-Will Emperor realm. Now, after 1 day, Zhuowen had directly advanced to the late stage of the Nine-Will Emperor realm. This was too fast. Although there was the effect of the Azure Emperor's enlightenment, Zhuowen's cultivation had jumped by almost 2 major realms. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how much Zhuowen had benefited in the throne room this time. When Lu Hantian said this, Lu Nantian, who was standing beside him, had a very interesting expression on his face. His mouth was slightly open, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. "I was lucky enough to reach it." Zhuowen nodded and smiled. "Well done, kid. With your cultivation, you probably have the possibility of entering the top 3. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the marquee battle in 9 days. Lu Hantian laughed loudly and patted Zhuowen's back. He couldn't stop laughing and his face was full of joy. Lu Nantian beside him was also very happy. Zhuowen had really won glory for Muqin County this time. Not only had he entered the top 10 of the Emperor rankings, but he had even entered the top 5. Now, with the Emperor Qing's enlightenment, his cultivation had skyrocketed. He had jumped 2 realms and reached the late stage of the Nine-Will Emperor realm. This was too terrifying. At this moment, there were many geniuses from Muqin County standing behind Lu Hantian. When they heard Lu Hantian say that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Nine-Will Emperor realm, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Zhuowen's improvement was too fast. It was so fast that they felt that it was unreal. Lu Yitao silently stared at Zhuowen's back. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that this young man, who he didn't pay attention to in the Origin Qi Tower, would have left him so far behind. Qin Lian and Luo Xing looked at Zhuowen with a faint smile and a different kind of emotion in their eyes. Zhuowen had now become the soul of Muqin County. At this moment, his every action represented the benchmark of the younger generation of Muqin County. Let's go. Let's go back and celebrate. How can we not celebrate Zhuowen's achievements? Lu Hantian laughed loudly and was about to leave the square with his team. Brother Hantian, wait a moment. I still have some trivial matters to take care of, Zhuowen suddenly said. Oh. What is it? Lu Hantian paused and asked in confusion. Letter of divorce. After Zhuowen spat out these words, he walked straight towards the Grand Family's team. Lu Hantian, who was standing behind him, raised his eyebrows. He still understood Zhuowen's meaning. Back then, the Grand family came aggressively to the Zhuo family to break off the engagement. In the end, they were rejected, so the two made an agreement. If Zhuowen's results could surpass Grand Lily's on the Green Emperor board, then the Grand family would accept the letter of divorce. If he couldn't surpass it, then Zhuowen would give up the marriage contract. Everyone in the Grand family also noticed Zhuowen walking straight towards them. All of them had unfriendly gazes, especially Grand Daffodil, who was standing in the middle of the group. Back then, she was the one who brought people to the Zhuo family to break off the engagement. However, she didn't expect that she would make a fool of herself in the hands of Zhuowen. Therefore, she hated Zhuowen to the bone. Grand Haohai stared at Zhuowen, who was walking over, and said coldly, "Zhuowen, what is the meaning of this?" Standing 10 meters away from Grand Haohai, Zhuowen took out a marriage contract from his bosom and said indifferently, "Grand Patriarch, you shouldn't have forgotten the agreement between us, right?" Looking at the marriage contract in Zhuowen's hands, Grand Haohai's face twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Of course I won't forget, but what are you trying to do now? Your results don't seem to have surpassed Lily's. Hee. This is only a matter of time. 9 days later, I, Zhuowen, will personally eliminate this bitch beside you, and then completely divorce her." Chapter 751. Saraira, Zhuowen. You better watch your mouth. How could my sister allow you to insult her like this? Within the group, Grand Narcissus raised her hand and pointed at Zhuowen as she shouted. "I'm only speaking the truth. How could I insult her? 9 days from now, the marquee battle will be the battle of divorce." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen no longer paid any attention to the Grand family group. He returned to the Muqin County group and left the imperial city under the command of Lu Hantian. "Sister. This Zhuowen is too arrogant. 9 days from now, you must teach this brat a lesson." Grand Narcissus stomped her feet in anger, but she did not notice the silent Grand Lily. Although Zhuowen's performance in the top 5 had been very strong and he had even defeated Huangfu Wuji, she was well aware of Grand Lily's strength. After receiving the Azure Emperor's blessing, her cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. In Grand Narcissus' eyes, Zhuowen's cultivation had only been at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Even with the Azure Emperor's blessing, his cultivation was at most around the Ultimate Emperor realm. It was simply impossible for him to be a match for the late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm Grand Lily. Against Zhuowen, I don't have much confidence. Suddenly, the silent Grand Lily opened her mouth. But the words she spoke caused Grand Narcissus' face to freeze. Her beautiful eyes stared at Grand Lily as she forced a smile. "Sister, are you joking? You are now a late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm powerhouse." Zhuowen jumped 2 realms in a row under the Azure Emperor's blessing. His cultivation level is the same as mine, which is the late-stage Ultimate 9 Wheels Emperor realm. I don't have much confidence in defeating Zhuowen. Grand Lily suddenly spoke again. When these words came out, not only was Grand Narcissus stunned, but the other members of the Grand family group were also stunned. They never thought that Zhuowen's cultivation had also reached the late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm. "Lily. Is this true?" Grand Haohai frowned slightly, but his heart sank with a thump. If what Grand Lily said was true, then Zhuowen was really too terrifying. His cultivation was no weaker than Grand Lily's, and he had mastered the terrifying spear intent. Coupled with his 5th stage spiritual power, his true battle prowess was definitely far beyond that of a late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. If Grand Lily were to fight against Zhuowen this time, it would be hard to predict their chances of winning. How is that possible? How did Zhuowen become so strong? Even now, Glen Daffodil was still in disbelief. However, these words came from Glen Lily's mouth. She had no choice but to believe it. Now, she finally realized that she had underestimated Zhuowen all along. Originally, she had thought that Zhuowen was useless in the Grand Lily Society. However, from the looks of it now, the contrast between her imagination and reality was so great that her sister, Grand Lily Society, had actually started to fear Zhuowen. Lily. After 9 days, you must defeat Zhuowen. Father will temporarily hand over the family's spiritual treasure, near-at-hand mirror, for you to refine. You can only win this battle, not lose. Grand Haohai suddenly whispered to Grand Lily. Near-at-hand mirror. Hearing this, Grand Lily's pupils shrank. She stared at Grand Haohai, who had a serious expression on his face. Near-at-hand mirror was the family treasure of the Grand family. It was a heavenly spiritual treasure that surpassed the earth rank. Its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, only the family head could use near-at-hand mirror. In order to let the Grand Lily Society win, Grand Haohai even gave such a treasure to Grand Lily. It could be seen that Grand Haohai valued this battle. When the rest of the Grand family's team heard that Grand Haohai intended to hand over near-at-hand mirror, their expressions changed. However, when they thought of the consequences if the Grand Lily Society lost to Zhuowen, everyone was not surprised. After all, if the Grand Lily Society lost to Zhuowen, then she would have to accept the latter's letter of divorce. Grand Lily, the dignified eldest daughter of the Grand family, was actually going to be divorced by an unknown family's disciple. This was enough to sweep the Grand family's reputation to the ground. Grand Haohai would absolutely not allow this to happen. Lily understands. Grand Lily nodded. Her beautiful face also regained its calm expression. If Grand Haohai really handed over near-at-hand mirror to her, she had a very high chance of winning if she really faced Zhuowen this time. Walking out of the imperial city, Lu Hantian and the rest naturally prepared to return to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. However, when they arrived at the imperial city's entrance, 2 figures suddenly stopped them. Among the 2 figures, one of them was an amiable-looking old monk. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Beside this old monk stood a young monk with a rosy complexion. This monk was none other than Monk Wu Deng. Old Baldy. What do you mean by this? You actually dare to block our way. Are you looking for me? Lu Hantian frowned slightly and said vigilantly. Hello, almsgiver Lu. This poor monk has no intention of looking for almsgiver Lu. This poor monk is looking for the young almsgiver beside you. The amiable-looking old monk put his palms together and spread out his right hand. He pointed at Zhuowen who was beside Lu Hantian. Why are you looking for Zhuowen? Lu Hantian frowned slightly and asked puzzledly. This young almsgiver should know why we are looking for him. Young almsgiver, may I have a word with you? The old monk looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile. Staring at the old monk in front of him, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Zhuowen naturally knew this old monk's identity. He was Withered Lamp Buddha, the county lord of Shijian County. From Lu Hantian's attitude, it seemed like he was extremely wary of Withered Lamp Buddha. It seemed like Withered Lamp Buddha wasn't simple. This was the first time Zhuowen saw Lu Hantian show such a vigilant expression. Lu Hantian looked at Zhuowen in surprise. He didn't expect Withered Lamp Buddha to come looking for Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He knew that Withered Lamp Buddha was looking for him because of the nirvana of the great sun that he revealed in the arena. This cultivation technique was clearly a Buddhist cultivation technique. However, Zhuowen was unsure if Withered Lamp Buddha would deal with an outsider like him if he cultivated in such a Buddhist cultivation technique. Okay. After thinking about it, Zhuowen nodded in agreement and stepped towards Withered Lamp Buddha. Withered Lamp Buddha looked at Zhuowen with clear eyes and a trace of admiration. Almsgiver Zhuowen, I feel a Buddhist affinity from you. Have you ever cultivated a cultivation technique like Nirvana of the Great Sun? Withered Lamp Buddha looked at Zhuowen and asked in a low voice. Yes. I obtained Nirvana of the Great Sun by accident. What does Master think? Zhuowen was still vigilant. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Withered Lamp Buddha's calm eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light with a hint of excitement. It is indeed the long-lost nirvana of the great sun almsgiver Zhuowen. Can you return this cultivation technique to our Buddhist sect? Withered Lamp Buddha suddenly asked. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Zhuowen had obtained nirvana of the great sun. It was reasonable to say that it belonged to him. Withered Lamp Buddha directly threatened to ask him to give nirvana of the great sun back to Buddhism. Was he, Zhuowen, so stupid? Almsgiver Zhuowen, please don't misunderstand. I am not robbing you. I am making an equivalent exchange. If you can return nirvana of the great sun to Buddhism, I am willing to exchange this Saraira. Withered Lamp Buddha also noticed the strange look on Zhuowen's face. He calmly took out an ordinary-looking white stone from his bosom. This white stone was very ordinary. If one looked at it carefully, they wouldn't find anything special about it. They would just think that it was an ordinary stone. However, when Withered Lamp Buddha took out the Saraira, Monk Wu Deng's eyes were filled with shock. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Zhuowen's eyes were fixed on the white stone in Withered Lamp Buddha's palm. Zhuowen was naturally familiar with the Saraira. On Earth, there were legends of the Saraira. According to legend, the Saraira was the crystallization of an enlightened monk. It contained the Buddhist power of the enlightened monk and was an immortal existence. What's the use of a stone like this? It doesn't look like anything special. Lu Hantian suddenly came over and looked up and down at the Saraira in Withered Lamp Buddha's palm. His eyes were filled with confusion. He really did not understand why the monk in front of him was so cautious about the stone. Okay. I'll exchange it with you. Zhuowen's eyes flashed and he immediately agreed. Perhaps others did not understand the importance of the Saraira, but Zhuowen knew, much more than ordinary people. Although the Buddhist power could not increase his cultivation, he could use the Buddhist power to increase the power of nirvana of the great sun. Nirvana of the great sun was a Buddhist cultivation technique. Naturally, it needed the help of the Buddhist power to cultivate quickly. However, Zhuowen did not have any Buddhist power. Therefore, Zhuowen had only cultivated to the second level of nirvana of the great sun for so long. Zhuowen knew that if he could obtain this relic and borrow the Buddhist energy within it, he would be able to push the great sun nirvana to an even higher level. At that time, his strength would also increase greatly. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Withered Lamp Buddha smiled and said, "Thank you, benefactor Zhuowen." Withered Lamp Buddha waved his hand and the Saraira fell into Zhuowen's hand. However, the moment the Saraira touched Zhuowen's palm, Zhuowen could clearly feel the excitement and desire of the nirvana of the great sun in his body. This Saraira could not be fake. Nodding, Zhuowen flicked his finger and a scroll flew into Withered Lamp Buddha's hand. Back then, the nirvana of the great sun was engraved on a golden skeleton. Hence, after Zhuowen obtained the nirvana of the great sun, he re-engraved it into a scroll. This way, he could preserve the nirvana of the great sun and prevent it from being lost. This unintentional action came in handy today. Thank you, benefactor Zhuowen. After Withered Lamp Buddha confirmed that the scroll was correct, he put it into the spirit ring. Then, he put his palms together and left the imperial city with Withered Lamp Buddha and the others. Soon, they disappeared from Zhuowen's sight. I wonder which senior monk this Saraira belonged to. Looking at the Saraira in his hand, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Then, he followed Lu Hantian to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Not long after Zhuowen left, Withered Lamp Buddha and Withered Lamp Buddha walked silently on another street. In the end, Withered Lamp Buddha could not help but speak. Chapter 752. Conspiracy, Wu Deng, Its Fate. You know that I don't have much time left. I'm about to pass away. Even if I don't give you the Saraira, I won't be able to hold on for long. I'm already satisfied that I can exchange it for the Nirvana Vairocana. Withered Lamp Buddha put his palms together in front of his chest and smiled. Then, his body started to emit golden light. It was as if Withered Lamp Buddha was covered in a layer of gold. It was dazzling. Pass away. Master. Wu Deng knelt on the ground, looking at Withered Lamp Buddha who was covered in golden light. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Originally, if Withered Lamp Buddha didn't give his Sarira, he could live for a year or so. However, after giving his Sarira to Zhuowen, Withered Lamp Buddha naturally died of old age. Wu Deng. You're very talented. I've never seen anyone like you in my life. It's only a matter of time before you become a Buddha. You might even become a Buddha and reach the realm of Patriarch Bodhidharma. Bring the Nirvana Vairocana back to Shijiang County. I'm sure you can bring our western border Buddhism to greater heights. Also, this benefactor Zhuo is fated with our Buddhism. Treat him well in the future. After saying that, the Withered Lamp Buddha squinted his eyes and revealed a gentle smile. In the dazzling golden light, he was completely annihilated into nothingness. The only thing left was the neatly folded kasaya and the black spiritual ring on it. Carefully holding the kasaya, Wu Deng chanted the name of Buddha and said firmly, Master, don't worry. I won't let you down. I will revive the western border Buddhism. Then, monk Wu Deng put on Withered Lamp Buddha's monastic robe and a pitch-black spiritual ring. He kowtowed to the place where Withered Lamp Buddha had passed away. Then, he resolutely left the imperial capital. The night sky was like a black dragon, slowly accumulating and covering the entire sky. It made this space dark and deadly silent. Occasionally, the stars in the sky would twinkle. In this cold and gloomy night, countless black shadows were ready to make a move. Undercurrents were surging, as if they were brewing an unspeakable conspiracy. In a luxurious pavilion in the imperial city, 3 figures were sitting quietly in the main hall. They didn't say a word, which made the place quiet and quiet. May I know why the 2 of you are visiting me so late at night? Finally, the dignified man sitting at the head of the pavilion smiled as he stared at the 2 men below. One of the 2 men was a skinny old man, while the other was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Both of them were very powerful, and the aura they emitted seemed to distort the surrounding space. These 2 people were the Chao family's patriarch, Chao Ji, and the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Tian. The dignified man sitting in front of them was actually the Grand family's patriarch, Grand Haohai. Grand Patriarch, I heard that your Grand Lily has an engagement with that little bastard Zhuowen. Chao Ji suddenly said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Grand Haohai's pupils constricted as a sliver of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Ever since the Battle of the Peach Blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen had shed all pretense of cordiality and made the marriage contract public. Quite a few people in the imperial capital already knew that Grand Haohai and Zhuowen were engaged. However, not many people knew about it. Only the geniuses and higher-ups of the forces in the imperial capital knew about it. Now that Chao Ji mentioned it, Grand Haohai was naturally unhappy. What do you mean, Patriarch Chao? Grand Haohai said coldly. Patriarch Grand, don't mind it too much. I don't mean anything else. I just think that Zhuowen doesn't deserve Miss Grand Lily. Chao Ji smiled embarrassedly. Humph. That little bastard Zhuowen is indeed arrogant and conceited. He actually plans to divorce Lily. Who does that little bastard think he is? Does he have the right to divorce Lily? The more Grand Haohai thought about it, the angrier he got, especially when he thought about how Zhuowen's cultivation was already on par with Grand Lily. He directly slammed his palm on the table beside him. Crack! Under the impact of the huge force, the table shattered into countless pieces of wood that flew in all directions. Feng Tian and Chao Ji looked at each other. They were rather surprised that Grand Haohai would suddenly lose his temper. It seemed like Grand Haohai was also extremely displeased with Zhuowen. After calming down slightly, Grand Haohai said indifferently, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. The two of you shouldn't have come here tonight to chat and reminisce about old times, right? Patriarch Grand is indeed a smart person. Patriarch Grand should also hate that Zhuowen bitterly. This kid is a lowly disciple, yet he actually dares to be so arrogant and despotic in the imperial capital. He doesn't put our 5 great clans in his eyes at all. If we don't eliminate this kid, how can we show the dignity of our 5 great clans? Feng Tian stared at Grand Haohai. His hoarse voice slowly sounded out, and it contained a trace of resentment and killing intent. Hearing this, Grand Haohai raised his brows and said, "You all plan to assassinate that Zhuowen?" "Yes. This kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will be a future trouble. Patriarch Grand, I presume you also want to get rid of this kid?" Feng Tian continued. "Although that's the case, that fellow, Lu Hantian, exists by Zhuowen's side. Do you think that with just the 3 of us, it's possible to smoothly kill that Zhuowen in the hands of Lu Hantian?" Grand Haohai was also somewhat tempted to assassinate Zhuowen. Zhuowen's speed of improvement was too fast. This kid's talent was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Zhuo Xiaotian back then. Moreover, in the conferred marquee battle 9 days later, Grand Haohai didn't have much confidence in Grand Lily going against Zhuowen. Even if he used the near-distance mirror, it would at most increase Grand Lily's chances of victory, and it wouldn't guarantee a 100% victory. Actually, Grand Haohai had also thought of eliminating Zhuowen in advance. Unfortunately, he was extremely fearful of that Lu Hantian. After all, that was a powerhouse at the peak of the Empyrean realm. His strength was far from being a match for that powerhouse. He. Patriarch Grand, have you forgotten about our Chao family? Our Chao family has the chaotic tripartite array. Although the 3 of us are only at the Golden Venerate realm, if we have the chaotic tripartite array, we can fight against the Empyrean realm powerhouse. Perhaps we aren't a match for that Lu Hantian, but we can still block him for a period of time. During this period of time, that little bastard Zhuowen will be completely eliminated by our family's experts. As long as that Zhuowen is dead, that Lu Hantian won't dare to touch our 5 great families. At this point, Chao Ji's eyes were filled with viciousness. Ever since Zhuowen had personally killed Chao Yan in the arena, Chao Ji's resentment towards Zhuowen had seeped deep into his bones. He couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die without a burial place. Chaotic tripartite array. Hearing this, Grand Haohai's eyes glowed brightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The Chao family's chaotic tripartite array was famous. This array could gather 3 cultivators of the same level. When they joined forces, they could unleash strength that far exceeded that of the same level. It was completely possible to fight someone of a higher level. The 3 patriarchs were all at the Golden Venerate realm. With the chaotic tripartite array, they could unleash the strength of an Empyrean realm powerhouse. It was more than enough to stop that Lu Hantian. This boy's cultivation has risen to the late ultimate 9th will Emperor realm in the throne room. Coupled with his 5th grade mind power, ordinary ultimate 9th will emperors are no match for him. It's best to send out the Xuanzun realm's experts to kill him. Grand Haohai's eyes flashed as he spoke. This boy's cultivation has reached the late ultimate 9th will Emperor realm. How can he be so fast? Feng Tian and Chao Ji's eyes narrowed as they spoke in disbelief. This is absolutely true. Baihe told me personally. It can't be wrong. Therefore, if we want to completely kill this boy, we can only send out the cultivators of the Xuanzun realm, Grand Haohai said coldly. Hearing this, Feng Tian and Chao Ji revealed a trace of hesitation. Even the 5 great families of the Xuanzun realm didn't have many cultivators. Furthermore, they were basically the mainstays of the family. They couldn't afford to lose them. My Feng family can send out 2 elders of the Xuanzun realm. Feng Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. Chao Ji's eyes flashed as he said fiercely, my Chao family can also send out 2 elders of the Xuanzun realm. Grand Hao Hai nodded and said, my grand family can also send out 2 elders of the Xuanzun realm. This time, we must completely kill Zhuowen. We can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Patriarch Grand Hao Hai is right. However, when are we going to do it? Feng Tian suddenly asked. The night before the conferred marquis battle. I want that little bastard Zhuowen to dye the imperial capital in blood and directly disqualify him from participating in the conferred marquis battle. Grand Hao Hai smiled cruelly. Feng Tian and Chao Ji nodded and said, in that case, let's set it for the night before the conferred marquis battle. Now, let's go back and prepare. Grand Hao Hai nodded and said, go and prepare. Don't forget about Patriarch Chao's chaotic tripartite array. Patriarch Grand Hao Hai, don't worry. I won't forget such an important thing. After he finished speaking, Chao Ji and Feng Tian leaped and disappeared into the night sky. Grand Hao Hai slowly stood up and gazed at Feng Tian and Chao Ji, who'd vanished into the night, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a ruthless expression as he muttered. Zhuowen, don't blame me for being ruthless. All of this is because you didn't know how to appreciate favors. Actually, when he found out that Zhuowen didn't have a dragon soul in his body, Grand Hao Hai didn't care at all. As long as he took back the marriage certificate, he wouldn't pursue the matter with Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen stubbornly insisted on writing the divorce certificate, causing the relationship between the Zhuo family and the Grand family to instantly break down. Therefore, Grand Hao Hai and Zhuowen made an agreement for the Azure Emperor rankings battle. Originally, Grand Hao Hai was very confident in the Grand Lily and thought that Zhuowen wouldn't be a match for the Grand Lily. But now, Grand Hao Hai realized that he was wrong. Zhuowen didn't have a dragon soul in his body, but this terrifying talent had indeed been inherited from Zhuo Xiaotian. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his strength had increased by a terrifying amount. Now, he was already a threat to the Grand Lily. Therefore, Grand Hao Hai came up with this plan to completely eliminate Zhuowen from this world. Just as Grand Hao Hai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian were plotting, in the drunken spring pavilion, Zhuowen was silently staring at the Saraira in his hand. What a surging Buddhist energy! This Buddhist energy is indeed endlessly beneficial to my Vairocana Nirvana. I wonder what realm my Vairocana Nirvana will reach after absorbing this Saraira's Buddhist energy. Chapter 753. 3 heads and 6 arms. Surging Buddhist power surged out from the Saraira and entered Zhuowen's forehead. It turned into a golden energy and spread throughout Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen felt a warm sensation. Then, he was delighted to find that the Great Nirvana Vairocana cultivation method was accelerating. The surging Buddhist power turned into a golden energy under the Great Nirvana cultivation method. It flowed through the meridians and into the 8 extraordinary meridians, refining Zhuowen's body. Under the nourishment of the Buddhist power, Zhuowen's Great Nirvana cultivation method improved at an even faster speed. His physical body was also strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the room, Zhuowen's body suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Then, a surging golden light surged out. Rumble. In the void behind Zhuowen, a huge 3-headed 3-armed golden giant stepped through the air and turned into a golden light that entered Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were shining with a golden light, like 2 balls of fire. Creak. Suddenly, 4 golden arms extended from Zhuowen's body. On the other side of his head, 2 golden Buddha heads appeared. They looked exactly like the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. Other than Zhuowen's head, the other 2 heads were Buddha heads. Their squinted eyes were burning with a strange golden flame. They looked very strange. Nirvana Stage 3 of the Great Nirvana Vairocana. Something like this actually happened. Through the bronze mirror in the room, Zhuowen naturally saw his current appearance. He had 3 heads and 6 arms and he was tall. Furthermore, Zhuowen was surprised to discover that the vision and senses of the other 2 Buddha heads were the same as his main body. The other 4 arms that grew out of the heads were like his own arms, and they were exceptionally nimble. In addition, Zhuowen's physical strength, and sensitivity had improved tremendously. Moreover, because of the 3 heads, Zhuowen's perception had increased by more than 3 times. The 3-headed, 6-armed phenomenon formed by the Nirvana Stage 3 of the Great Nirvana Vairocana cultivation method was simply a battle weapon. Zhuowen's combat strength had increased tremendously under such an increase. Now, if I use the Nirvana Vairocana cultivation method, I can derive 6 arms. In other words, I can use 3 different armor techniques and 6 different weapons at the same time. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. Because he had 6 arms, it meant that Zhuowen could do 3 things at once. He could use 3 armor techniques and 6 weapons at the same time. It should be known that Zhuowen had comprehended the power of concept. If all 6 arms held spears at the same time and erupted with spear intent, the power would be almost 6 times that of Zhuowen's spear. In other words, Zhuowen could increase his current combat strength by more than 6 times in an instant. A full 6 times combat strength. Now that Zhuowen's cultivation was at the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm, coupled with the eruption of spear intent, even a peak Ultimate Emperor realm warrior might not be a match for him. He should be able to fight a warrior at the beginning stage of the Xuanzuan realm. However, if Zhuowen used 3 heads and 6 arms, held 6 spears at the same time, and erupted with spear intent, his combat strength would increase by 6 times. His strength would probably be comparable to a warrior at the beginning stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Of course, Zhuowen's estimation was only based on the comparison of ordinary warriors from the Xuanzuan realm. If he faced a terrifying genius from the Xuanzuan realm like Huangfu Wudao, even if his combat strength increased by 6 times, Zhuowen would still lose without a doubt. After all, Huangfu Wudao's armor Soul Hydra was extremely terrifying. Although Huangfu Wudao had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm and should be at the beginning stage of the Xuanzuan realm, relying on the terrifying power of the Hydra, he probably had the strength to fight a supreme realm warrior. It's time to get 5 more spears for myself. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen noticed that the sky was already bright. He slowly got up and walked out of the room. He had to find Lu Hantian to discuss the matter of weapons. With Zhuowen's current realm, the weapons he needed naturally had to be Earth-rank spiritual treasures and above. The tyrannical dragon scale spear in his hand was a mid-rank Earth-rank spiritual treasure, and he was still using it quite well. In the hall, Lu Hantian stared at Zhuowen with some astonishment and asked in a strange tone, "You need 5 Earth-rank spears?" "I say, Zhuowen, what do you need so many spears for? You only have 2 hands, so you can only use 2 spears at most, right?" Seeing Lu Hantian's suspicious expression, Zhuowen curled his lips and directly used the nirvana of the great sun instantly. Countless golden rays burst out, and Zhuowen transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. "Big brother Hantian, as you can see, I cultivate a special body refining technique that allows me to transform into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Naturally, I can use 6 spears." Zhuowen stared at Lu Hantian, and his 3 heads spoke at the same time. His voice was loud and clear, and it was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. "You brat! What kind of cultivation technique did you cultivate? How could it be so strange, to actually be able to turn yourself into a 3-headed, 6-armed being?" Lu Hantian supported his forehead with his right hand and muttered to himself speechlessly. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and immediately withdrew the great sun nirvana, returning to his original state. He said, "Now you know why I need 5 spears, right? Your body refining technique seems to be very powerful. This is the first time I've seen a martial warrior transform into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Don't worry, your big brother is an Empyrean after all, and I just happen to have a few spears on me." As he spoke, Lu Hantian flicked his finger, and a ray of light flew out from his spirit ring. Immediately, 5 spears with radiant light appeared under his feet. These 5 spears are all low-grade Earth-rank spirit treasures. Just make do with them first. Although your big brother has a higher grade spirit treasure, the highest grade of spear type is only this low-grade Earth rank. Lu Hantian scratched his head, and his voice seemed to be a little embarrassed. Ha! It's enough. In the future, I'll go find 5 high-grade spears myself. These 5 spears will make do with them, and we'll talk about it after the conferred marquee battle. Zhuowen nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the 5 spears under his feet were all kept into the spirit ring. Zhuowen. What are your chances of winning the conferred marquee battle this time? Suddenly, Lu Hantian asked seriously. Zhuowen was stunned, and then said with a smile, if I don't meet Huangfu Wudao in advance, I have a 90% chance. Oh. You have such a high chance of winning. Qin Yen of Azure Dragon Subsidiary Palace is not simple. Can you beat him? Zhuowen's answer made Lu Hantian raise his eyebrows and ask in surprise. Qin Yen is indeed very strong. If he broke through to the Xuanzuan realm, I might not be his opponent, but he didn't, so I have a 60% chance of beating him. Before the Nirvana realm breakthrough, Zhuowen didn't have much chance of beating Qin Yen, but the breakthrough of the Nirvana realm allowed him to have 3 heads and 6 arms, and his battle strength increased by 6 times. He was confident that he could beat Qin Yen. It's good that you are confident. Then I won't disturb your cultivation. I am looking forward to your performance in the conferred marquee battle in 6 days. If you can really enter the top 3 and be conferred marquee by His Majesty Emperor Qin, our Muqin County will really bask in your glory. Lu Hantian didn't question Zhuowen's words. He knew Zhuowen's character very well. Zhuowen wasn't the kind of person who was blindly confident and arrogant. Since he said such words, it meant that Zhuowen was indeed very confident in winning the conferred marquee battle this time. After speaking, Lu Hantian left the hall, and Zhuowen returned to the courtyard where his room was. Now he wanted to try if he could display the power of 6 Dao concepts with 6 spears in his 3 heads and 6 arms state. In a rather remote courtyard, there was no one around, and it was quiet and secluded. Zhuowen stood quietly in the center of the courtyard. With a creak, he suddenly transformed into his 3 heads and 6 arms state, and each of his 6 arms held a spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen moved like lightning. The 6 spears in his 6 arms turned into countless flickering shadows, and a terrifying spear intent burst out. It actually turned into 6 spear shadow domains around Zhuowen's body, almost enveloping the entire courtyard. Sure enough, the power of the spear intent has increased a lot, but it hasn't reached the effect of 6-fold combat strength. It seems to be only 3-fold. With a flash, Zhuowen stopped in the corner of the courtyard. The countless spear intents disappeared in the void, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. The spear intent that the 3 heads and 6 arms used had indeed increased a lot, but it didn't reach his expectations. Kid, it should be because your 6 arms didn't cooperate. If they cooperate in battle, the power that you can display will be really terrifying. While Zhuowen was puzzled, Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind. Didn't cooperate? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Xiao Hei's words had awakened him from his daze. Zhuowen thought about his actions just now and realized that his 6 arms didn't have the slightest intention of cooperating with each other. He didn't perfectly display the 6 spear intents. Then let's do it again. After saying that, Zhuowen once again waved the spear in his hand. His whole body swept out like lightning, and he began to repeatedly try to perfect the 6 spears' cooperation. Time passed day by day, and soon, 6 days had passed. During these 6 days, Zhuowen basically constantly tried to cooperate with the 6 spear intents in the courtyard, hoping to perfectly display the 6 spear intents. The results were naturally gratifying. With Xiao Hei's sharp eyes and guidance, Zhuowen made rapid progress. He could basically master the perfect combination of the six-spear intense and display its full power. Looking at the dark night, Zhuowen let out a light breath. His eyes were full of anticipation. Tomorrow was the marquee battle, and he was very much looking forward to it. Pitter-patter-patter. A bolt of lightning flashed through the void, and then a heavy downpour suddenly fell from the sky. The dense sound of rain resounded in the world and filled Zhuowen's surroundings. It's raining. Chapter 754. Ambush in the Dark Night Rumble. Another bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket streaked across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black rainy night for a moment before it turned eerily dark once more. The surroundings were deathly silent. Only the pitter-patter of rain could be heard. However, the ominous premonition in Zhuowen's heart grew even stronger. It was as if someone was watching him in the dark. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart rapidly swept over from the rainy night sky. It was as if dark clouds were gathering, adding a trace of mystery to the rainy night. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He was shocked to discover that the final destination of the figures shuttling through the rainy night was the drunken spring pavilion that he resided in. They were coming menacingly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Instantly, the courtyard that Zhuowen resided in was surrounded by dozens of people. These people were all dressed in black and wore ghost masks on their faces. They're all Ultimate 9-Will Emperor experts. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he looked at the dozens of black-clothed people surrounding the courtyard. With his sharp senses, how could he not sense the auras of these black-clothed people? Moreover, there were 6 figures with even more terrifying auras standing proudly in the air in front of these black-clothed people. These 6 figures were dressed in long black robes and had slightly stooped backs. They should be elders who were rather old. The auras of these 6 elders were much more terrifying. Looking at these 6 elders, Zhuowen's gaze became much more serious. These 6 elders were actually all experts from the Xuanzuan realm. What a big move. They had actually sent dozens of Ultimate 9-Will Emperor experts and 6 Xuanzuan realm experts just to kill Zhuowen. Who are you people? Standing quietly in the rain, Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the 6 elders in front of him. His voice was cold and emotionless. We're the people who will kill you. At the front of the 6 elders was an elder with a pair of triangular eyes. His eyes narrowed as he spoke sinisterly. Zhuowen's heart sank when he heard this. Although he had already guessed it, he was still a little shocked when he heard the old man's words. To send such a lineup to kill him, Zhuowen had truly exceeded his expectations. Who sent you? Zhuowen asked coldly. He. What's the use of asking a person who is about to die? When you die, you can go to hell and ask the king of hell. The triangular-eyed old man laughed coldly, and then he waved his right hand and continued, all of you go and kill this kid in one go. Yes. Dozens of Ultimate 9-Wills Emperor realm men in black responded in unison. Then, they rushed towards Zhuowen, who was in the courtyard. Their teamwork was extremely good. Elder Fu, don't you think the 3 patriarchs are being too cautious? To send the 6 of us to kill this kid, aren't they making a mountain out of a molehill? An elder with a ruddy complexion asked the triangular-eyed old man. The triangular-eyed old man called Elder Fu shook his head and said, this Zhuowen is not simple. The 3 patriarchs sent the 6 of us this time because they want to be absolutely sure that we can kill this kid here. The ruddy-faced elder frowned slightly when he heard this. He still felt that it was a little excessive for the 3 clan heads to send out 6 Mystique Venerables to kill a mere late-stage Ultimate 9-Will Emperor realm martial artist. Just a few dozen Ultimate 9th-Will Emperor realm cultivators working together would be enough to completely obliterate this kid. After all, no matter how heaven-defying this kid is, he's only an Ultimate 9-Wills Emperor realm cultivator. There's no need for the 6 of us to act at all. Another old man with a short stature suddenly spoke, and his gaze was filled with disdain as he glanced at Zhuo. It's best not to be careless. After all, the three patriarchs attach great importance to this assassination mission. There's absolutely no room for error, Elder Fu said coldly with a slight frown. The other old men fell silent when they heard Elder Fu's words. Elder Fu was the strongest among the six of them. He was one step away from advancing to the Xuanzuan realm intermediate stage. He was slightly stronger than the five of them, so they basically followed Elder Fu's lead. Whoosh! 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 Black shadows instantly surrounded Zhuo like demons and monsters in the night. Dozens of ultimate Nine Wheels Emperor Realm cultivators immediately surrounded Zhuo so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Kill! Kill! The deafening battle cries immediately whistled out from the dozens of cultivators around them. They were like muffled thunder that exploded out of nowhere. It was so deafening that even the apathetic could hear them. Looking at the dozens of cultivators surrounding him, Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Surging mind power surged out, and rays of cold light swept out from his spirit ring. The infinite sword formation immediately revolved slowly with Zhuo at its center. Bang! 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 The dozens of ultimate Nine Wheels Emperor Realm cultivators attacked at the same time. The weapons in their hands flashed with extremely dazzling cold light in the rainy night. It was breathtaking. The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the periphery of the greater infinite sword formation. In the blink of an eye, the weapons of the dozens of martial artists had clashed with the greater infinite sword formation dozens of times. Each time, terrifying sparks flew out. It's just as the Patriarch said. He actually possesses grade 5 mind power. With the infinite sword formation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take down Zhuo in a short period of time. Looking at Zhuo, who was surrounded by the infinite sword formation, Elder Fu frowned. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was also surprised that Zhuo could cultivate his mind power to grade 5 at such a young age. His talent was not ordinary. It was no wonder that the three patriarchs had arranged such a large formation to deal with Zhuo. When the other five elders saw Zhuo use the greater limitless sword formation, their eyes more or less revealed shock. They also understood the intentions of the three patriarchs in their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in my place? A loud shout suddenly whistled out from one of the garrets in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The terrifying sound waves were like rolling thunder, constantly hovering above the Drunken Spring Pavilion and rumbling. A figure flew out like a bird. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the figure's body. It had the power to suppress mountains. When the figure appeared, the expressions of the six elders changed drastically. Their bodies could not help but tremble. What a terrifying aura! This should be Lu Hantian from Muqin County, a heavenly venerate expert. Elder Fu's eyes flickered and his body trembled when he saw Lu Hantian rushing over. The six of them were only from the Xuanzuan realm. In the eyes of a heavenly venerate expert like Lu Hantian, they were as insignificant as ants. However, they stood motionless in the sky above the courtyard. They only quietly watched Lu Hantian rush over. How dare you try to kill Zhuo right under my nose? All of you deserve to die. With Lu Hantian's cultivation and realm, he could see from afar that Zhuo was surrounded by dozens of ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm experts. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Rumble. Just as Lu Hantian was about 100 meters away from the courtyard, three figures suddenly flew out from below like shooting stars. They split into three directions and intercepted Lu Hantian. The three figures cooperated very well. At the same time, a huge formation diagram appeared above the three of them. The diagram in the center of the formation diagram was a patch of white chaos. Terrifying energy faintly spread out from it. The formation diagram emitted three rays of white light. They were like chains that connected the three figures, allowing the three of them to unleash an extremely terrifying power. The Chao family's chaotic tripartite formation. Lu Hantian, who was instantly trapped in the formation, immediately recognized the formation before him. His eyes were filled with coldness. When Lu Hantian's gaze landed on the three figures that had suddenly appeared, the chilling aura around him became even more intense, almost as if it had taken on a physical form. Chao Ji, Feng Tian, and Grant Haohai. The three of you are really something. You actually used such a despicable method to kill Zhuowen. Lu Hantian stared at the three figures outside the chaotic tripartite formation as he muttered to himself. The coldness on his face became more and more intense. As three of the five great families of the imperial capital province, the three of them were actually so shameless as to send people to kill a junior like Zhuowen. It was truly despicable. Brother Lu is mistaken. The Feng clan's Feng Yong and the Chao clan's Chao Ji were both killed by this little bastard, Zhuowen. What we're doing now is merely settling our grudges, so how is it despicable? After all, a life for a life is a matter of course. Grant Haohai stood outside the chaotic tripartite formation with his hands behind his back. He stared at Lu Hantian, who was within the formation. Victory was in his grasp. A life for a life. Grant Haohai, can you speak any more shamelessly? Whether it is Chao Ji or Feng Yong, they both want to kill Zhuowen. Since they want to kill Zhuowen, they should be prepared to be killed instead. Who can they blame if they die? As seniors, the three of you actually attacked a junior together. Do you even have any shame left? Lu Hantian asked coldly. Humph. We want Zhuowen to die. Moreover, we want him to die in an ugly manner. No matter what you say, you will not be able to change the fact that Zhuowen is dead. You should just stay in the chaotic tripartite formation for a while and see how that little bastard Zhuowen dies. Chao Ji grinned. His face was filled with cruelty and coldness. The three of you are courting death. Do you really think that this chaotic tripartite formation can stop me, Lu Hantian? Lu Hantian's eyes darkened. With a wave of his sleeve, countless blood chi suddenly burst out from his body and formed countless blood-colored spear shadows around him. At this moment, Lu Hantian immediately used his best spear intent. Moreover, it was a spear intent that had reached the peak of perfection. Boom! 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 Countless blood-colored spear shadows overflowed and bombarded the surrounding chaotic tripartite formation. With a rumbling sound, the chaotic tripartite formation, which looked abnormally sturdy, actually began to tremble violently. Grant Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Yong were shocked. They quickly shouted, "The three of us will join forces to maintain the chaotic tripartite formation. Don't let Lu Hantian break through this chaotic tripartite formation." They were very clear about how terrifying Lu Hantian was. If they really let Lu Hantian escape from the chaotic tripartite formation, the three of them were no match for Lu Hantian. At that time, they could only run for their lives. Chapter 755. Frenzied Massacre, Break! 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 Lu Hantian roared. Countless blood-red spear shadows spread out with him as the epicenter. Then, they exploded continuously. The terrifying power spread throughout the chaotic tripartite array. Rumble. The chaotic tripartite array trembled violently. Then, it erupted with an even more terrifying white light. Then, it remained motionless like a boulder. Ha! Lu Hantian, although you're a heavenly venerate expert and stronger than the three of us, under the amplification of the chaotic tripartite array, our strength has skyrocketed. We're comparable to a heavenly venerate expert. It won't be easy for you to break the chaotic tripartite array. Outside the array, Grant Haohai's face was filled with delight. He stared at Lu Hantian, who was inside the array, and sneered. Old Grant, if anything happens to Zhuowen, I won't let you off. Within the array, Lu Hantian stood silently, no longer attacking. He had seen the might of the Chao family's chaotic tripartite array. Moreover, Grand Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian, who were presiding over the chaotic tripartite array, were all Golden Venerate experts. The three of them could unleash the full power of the chaotic tripartite array. Even if Lu Hantian was trapped inside, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape in a short time. Grand Haohai's face twitched, but he said coldly, "Humph. Although you're very strong and I might not be your opponent, it won't be easy for you, Lu Hantian, to kill me." After speaking, Grand Haohai no longer paid attention to Lu Hantian. Instead, he, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian quietly presided over the chaotic tripartite array. They didn't dare to be careless. If Lu Hantian escaped, their assassination attempt would be in vain. Swoosh! 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 Figures constantly rushed over from all directions of the imperial capital. In this rainy night, they were like demons and monsters, densely packed together. These figures were basically attracted by the battle between Lu Hantian and Grand Haohai. Aren't those three the Feng family's patriarch Feng Tian, Chao family's patriarch Chao Ji, and Grand family's patriarch Grand Lan Haohai? The three of them seem to be using the chaos tripartite array. There's someone inside the chaotic tripartite formation. That person seems to be Lu Hantian from Wuxia County. This Lu Hantian is so terrifying. He actually needed the three family heads to work together and rely on the chaotic tripartite formation to suppress him. Look over there. There are so many ultimate ninth will emperor realm martial artists. They seem to be surrounding someone. Although most people's gazes were attracted by the battle between Grand Haohai and the other two, some people's gazes quickly landed on the densely packed figures in the courtyard. Then, to their astonishment, they discovered that there were more than 30 of these figures, and all of them had surging auras. They were actually all Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. What caused them to be even more shocked was that there were 6 figures quietly floating above these 30 over people. The auras of these 6 people were even more terrifying. Some of the sharp-eyed people immediately recognized that these 6 people were actually the elders of the Feng, Grand, and Chao clans. These 6 people are all elders from the Xuanzuan realm. In addition, there are more than 30 ultimate ninth will emperor realm martial artists. Such a large formation is surrounding a single person. Just who is this person? When everyone saw the powerful formation in the courtyard, their expressions all changed. 6 Xuanzuan realm experts and more than 30 ultimate ninth will emperor realm martial artists. This formation was enough to kill any Xuanzuan realm martial artist. When they thought of this, everyone's gazes gathered on the figure surrounded by more than 30 ultimate ninth will emperor realm martial artists. When they saw the true appearance of this figure, all of them revealed astonished expressions. This was because the person being encircled was no stranger to them. It was actually Zhuo Wen, the newly ascended genius of the top 5 who suddenly rose to prominence. It's actually Zhuo Wen. Looks like the goal of the 3 great clans alliance is this Zhuo Wen. I heard that this Zhuo Wen killed 2 geniuses from the Chao and Feng families in a row during this ranking tournament. Moreover, this person has quite a bit of enmity with the Grand family. No wonder the patriarchs of the 3 great clans have brought out such a large force to deal with this person. This Zhuo Wen is very talented, and he's not weak either. However, against such a formation, I'm afraid that only death awaits him. Many people in the surroundings shook their heads and sighed when they saw the powerful formation surrounding Zhuo Wen. The formation that the 3 great clans had sent out this time was too terrifying. If a miracle didn't happen, Zhuo Wen would definitely die this time. The Grand family, the Chao family, and the Feng family. Aren't you 3 a little too shameless? You're openly attacking a junior. Do you even have any shame? A figure flew out from the Drunken Spring Pavilion. It was the governor of Wuxia County, Lu Nantian. At this moment, Lu Nantian also saw that Zhuo Wen was surrounded and Lu Hantian was trapped by the mixed Yuan tripartite formation. His eyes were filled with rage, and he wanted to rescue Zhuowen. Old Lu, Old Chen, the two of you stop that Lu Nantian. That Lu Nantian is not weak. The two of you be careful. Old Fu indifferently glanced at Lu Nantian, who was swiftly rushing over to rescue Zhuowen, and instructed the two old men behind him. Old Lu and Old Chen nodded their heads. They took a step forward and instantly blocked Lu Nantian's path like two meteors. They coldly stared at Lu Nantian and said, "Lu Nantian, it's not worth offending our three great clans for such an insignificant brat. I advise you to mind your own business." Two old fogies. Zhuowen is the genius of my Muqin county. Asking me to mind my own business is truly laughable. Lu Nantian's eyes were cold. He didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and rushed towards the two old men. A terrifying aura burst out from Lu Nantian's body like a monstrous tsunami and spread out. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame the two of us for being impolite. Old Lu and Old Chen's faces turned solemn. They coldly snorted and similarly terrifying auras burst out. Instantly, the three of them collided and a terrifying force exploded in the air like a hurricane. Lu Nantian was an intermediate stage cultivator in the Xuanzuan realm. He was stronger than Old Lu and Old Chen. Unfortunately, Old Lu and Old Chen cooperated well and were evenly matched with Lu Nantian. In the courtyard, Zhuowen, who was within the greater infinite sword array, naturally saw everything that happened in the sky. He also saw Chao Ji, Feng Tian, and Grand Haohai, who were using the chaotic tripartite array. Good, good, good. Chao family, Feng family, and Grand family, you guys are really good. You actually chose this time to assassinate me. Zhuowen's gaze turned even colder. The Chao family and Feng family had a death feud with him. Zhuowen was not surprised that they would seek revenge on him. However, the Grand family had interfered between the two families. This made Zhuowen feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his heart. In any case, the Grand family and Zhuo family had been friends for generations. Moreover, he, Zhuowen, had never killed a single member of the Grand family. Instead, it was the Grand Lily who had been targeting him in the Peach Blossom origin map. They had even tried to kill him at all costs. Speaking of which, he, Zhuowen, did not owe the Grand family anything. He did not even have any deep hatred. But now, Grand Haohai had joined forces with the Chao and Feng families to completely eliminate him. How could this not make Zhuowen's heart turn cold? Grand Haohai, my father's good brother. Hee, how ironic. Zhuowen laughed. His laughter was somewhat savage and even crazy. His voice was hoarse and cold. Everything that Grand Haohai had done had completely enraged Zhuowen. Since you want to kill me, Zhuowen, then I, Zhuowen, will let you know what kind of price you have to pay to kill me. As he spoke, Zhuowen immediately formed a seal with both hands. The mental strength in his Naiwan palace poured out and adhered to the surface of the Infinity Sword Formation. Infinity Sword Formation, Yin-Yang form. With a low roar, a yin-yang pattern suddenly appeared above the Infinity Sword Formation. This yin-yang pattern rotated at high speed, causing the Infinity Sword Formation to split into yin and yang. One was black and the other was white, forming the yin-yang sword formation. Puchi. As soon as the yin-yang sword formation appeared, the two warriors closest to it were immediately covered and completely entangled. Without even a groan, they turned into a ball of blood. Kill. Zhuowen flipped his right hand and a 3-meter-long bone spear appeared in his palm. At the same time, 3 pairs of huge lightning wings grew out of Zhuowen's back. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared. Seeing that their attacks had missed, the gazes of the 3 people narrowed as astonishment appeared on their faces. The 3 of them glanced at each other. Just as they were about to search for Zhuowen's figure, a sinister voice resounded in their ears. Are you looking for me? As soon as the words came out, the three of them narrowed their eyes and suddenly turned their heads. They immediately saw Zhuowen with lightning wings on his back, appearing behind them as if he had teleported. A cold light flashed out. The bone spear in Zhuowen's hand was swung out and swept towards the three's necks. Block it. The three of them had cold gazes as they raised the weapons in their hands in an attempt to block Zhuowen's spear. Can you block it? Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out once again. Subsequently, a terrifying spear intent erupted around the bone spear as its speed soared to the extreme. Before the three of them could react, Zhuowen had already brushed past them. Drip. A stream of blood trickled down from the tip of the bone spear and gathered on the ground to form a blood stream. Plop. The three warriors slowly turned their heads and stared at the figure standing silently behind them. Then, each of them clutched their necks and fell to the ground, completely losing all signs of life. A terrifying wound had appeared on their necks. The massacre is not over yet. After killing the three of them in an instant, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the 20+ assassins above the yin-yang sword array. The chilling intent at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. With a stomp of his foot, lightning streaked across the void. Zhuowen was like a snake in the void as he swept past the 20+ figures at an extremely fast speed. Every time he brushed past these cultivators, Zhuowen's bone spear was as fast as lightning, shuttling through the cultivators' vital points and causing blood to splatter. Chapter 756. Explode. 3 heads and 6 arms plop. In an instant, nearly a third of the 30 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators had been killed by Zhuowen. Their corpses fell like raindrops. As for Zhuowen, he didn't hold back at all. As he killed these people, the great blood-sucking technique in his body suddenly circulated, absorbing all the blood essence of these cultivators into his body. The blood-sucking technique could absorb a cultivator's essence blood. This essence blood contained a vast amount of energy. Not only could it help Zhuowen heal, but it could also help him increase his cultivation. However, this kind of essence blood had a great drawback. There were many impurities in it, and it also contained side effects such as resentment. If it weren't for the help of the blood demons suppressed in the green coffin, Zhuowen wouldn't have used the blood-sucking technique so easily. However, he had no qualms about using it now. After all, the blood demon could help him filter out the impurities in the essence blood. Actually, what Zhuowen feared the most were the 6 Xuanzun realm elders floating silently at the top of the courtyard. Although 2 of the elders had been pinned down by Lu Nantian, there were still 4 Xuanzun realm elders. What Zhuowen needed now was strength. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible to deal with these 4 mystique venerable rank martial artists. That was why Zhuowen had recklessly used a secret technique like the blood-sucking technique, which had such a huge side effect. Whoosh! 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 As Zhuowen continued to absorb the essence blood, the aura in his body grew stronger and stronger. With a stomp of his foot, he became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. With a wave of his hand, countless spear intents erupted, reaping the lives of several cultivators. In an instant, another 10 cultivators had lost their lives to Zhuowen's bone spear. Countless drops of blood fell from the sky along with the surrounding rainy night. It was an eerie night. What a terrifying fellow. More than 30 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators surrounded him, but this Zhuowen broke through their encirclement and killed more than 20 of them. Looking at the 20 over miserable corpses in the courtyard, the hearts of many surrounding cultivators trembled. These were more than 20 Ultimate 9th Will Emperor Realm cultivators. Even in the 5 great clans, they were considered high-ranking members. Now, they had been slaughtered like dogs in Zhuowen's hands. This little bastard, how did he suddenly erupt with such terrifying battle strength? In the sky above the courtyard, Old Fu and the other 3, who were originally unconcerned, also noticed the numerous Ultimate 9 Will Emperor Realm assassins being massacred below. Their pupils involuntarily shrank. This brat has grasped the spear intent. No wonder he can erupt with such terrifying combat strength. We can't let him continue his massacre. Old Gu, you go and kill this brat. Elder Fu furrowed his brows and ordered a sloppily dressed purple-robed old man behind him. Elder Gu nodded and flew toward Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was in the middle of a killing spree when he suddenly felt a sharp sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Zhang Xian's sharp senses told him that one of the four grand elders had already made a move. Thus, Zhang Xian leaped into the air and transformed into a streak of lightning, dodging Elder Gu's attack behind him. Rumble. The ancient and emaciated palm suddenly slapped the empty space where Zhuowen was, but it actually missed, causing him to instantly frown. What a cunning brat! But do you think you can escape from me like this? Elder Gu's lips curled up as he leaped toward Zhuowen again. His speed was even faster than before, and he arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. What a fast speed! Looking at Elder Gu, who was close at hand, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He waved the bone spear in his hand, and a surging spear intent erupted, forming a ring-shaped blue spear shadow domain around him. You're so young, but you're already able to comprehend spear intent. Your talent is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, a genius like you will die here tonight. Old Gu let out a cold snort. His shriveled hand was ruthlessly pressed downwards. An invisible pressure came crushing downwards like a ferocious beast and heavily smashed against the blue spear shadow domain. Crack! Under Zhuowen's shocked gaze, the blue spear shadow domain shattered like fragile glass, and Elder Gu's palm slammed into Zhuowen's chest. Swoosh! Zhuowen fell like a withered leaf, crashing into the courtyard and forming a huge crater. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Zhuowen is dead for sure. He's dead for sure after taking a full blow from a Xuanzuan realm cultivator. It's a pity that such a genius has offended 3 of the 5 great families of the imperial city. It's quite sad that he's met such an end. When Zhuowen was blasted into the courtyard by Elder Gu's palm, sighs could be heard from the surroundings. After all, the gap between the ultimate emperor realm and the Xuanzuan realm was too great. No matter how talented Zhuowen was, what was the use of being invincible among his peers after mastering spear intent? In front of the Xuanzuan realm, which was a level higher than him, he was as weak as an ant. That kid shouldn't be dead yet, but he shouldn't be far from it. The 10 of you go down and finish off that kid, and take his spirit ring. Elder Gu stood quietly in the air above the courtyard with his hands behind his back as he gave orders to the remaining 10 cultivators around him. Of the 30 or so ultimate emperor realm cultivators, only 10 were left after Zhuowen killed them. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss this time. Yes. The 10 cultivators cupped their hands, and then their faces were filled with hatred. Among the 20 or so people Zhuowen had killed, many of them were good friends. Now, because of Zhuowen, they were all dead. The 10 of them wanted nothing more than to skin Zhuowen alive. Whoosh! 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 The 10 of them instantly turned into 10 streaks of light and shot toward the crater below the courtyard where Zhuowen had fallen. The weapons in their hands emitted a frightening cold light. When the 10 of them approached the crater, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the crater. Then, 6 blue spear shadows shot out from the golden light. Of the 10 cultivators who had rushed over, the fastest 6 instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist under the 6 spear shadows. A golden figure suddenly shot out like a god or a demon. The 6 clouds of blood mist turned into streams of blood essence energy that flowed back into the golden figure. Is the Xuanzuan realm really that great? Stepping on the ground, the golden light slowly receded, revealing a tall and muscular figure. When the surrounding people saw this figure, they all sucked in a breath of cold air because this figure actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. One of the heads was naturally Zhuowen, while the other 2 heads were in 2 different directions. They were Buddha's heads. Each of the 6 arms held a long spear that flowed with light and color. They were all powerful earth-rank spirit treasures. How did Zhuowen turn into such a strange figure? This lad must have cultivated some kind of strange secret body refining technique. Many of the onlookers frowned as they looked at Zhuowen with 3 heads and 6 arms. Their faces were filled with uncertainty. Old Gu, who was high above, looked down at Zhuowen with a hint of surprise in his calm eyes. He could faintly feel that the current Zhuowen was actually much more terrifying than before. Run! 6 of the 10 cultivators who had originally approached were killed in an instant. The remaining 4 were already filled with fear. They shouted and fled in all directions. Run! You'd better stay. At this moment, Zhuowen had finally used the nirvana of the Great Sun. His body had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. Regardless of whether it was his combat awareness or physical strength, it had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Whoosh! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen instantly shot out. Then, 4 shrill screams were heard. The 4 people who had fled instantly turned into 4 corpses. Puchi! 4 surging blood essences turned into 4 blood threads that burrowed into Zhuowen's body. With a rumble, Zhuowen's aura skyrocketed to the limit. Then, a muffled sound like thunder rang out from within his body. After absorbing the blood essences of more than 30 ultimate 9th Will Emperor Realm experts, Zhuowen finally made a breakthrough. He directly advanced from the advanced 9th Will Emperor Realm to the peak of the 9th Will Emperor Realm. He made a breakthrough. This lad just absorbed the blood essences of others and turned them into his own strength. Old Gu's eyes narrowed. He had clearly seen Zhuowen absorbing the blood threads. Those were the blood essences of the 4 dead cultivators. What a strange lad. This lad must die. The death of more than 30 ultimate 9th Will Emperor Realm cultivators had thoroughly infuriated Old Gu. They were all elite cultivators of the clan. The loss of any one of them was extremely painful. Now that more than 30 of them had been sacrificed, how could he not be pained? Just in time. Looking at Old Gu, who was charging straight at him, Zhuowen let out a long howl. With a stomp of his foot, his 6 arms brandished 6 long spears. 6 terrifying spear essences surged out from Zhuowen's body. Rumble. The instant the 2 came into contact, the 6 Dao's spear in 10th domain erupted in front of Zhuowen. Following which, the old man's pupils slightly contracted as he discovered that under the terrifying might of the 6 Dao's spear in 10th domain, his attack actually appeared to be so insignificant. Puchi! Old Gu spat out a mouthful of blood. He stepped back several hundred steps in the air before barely managing to stop himself. He stared in horror at the 3-headed, 6-armed Zhuowen in front of him. What? Zhuowen is so strong. How did he become so strong? He made Old Gu of the Xuanzuan realm retreat several hundred steps in one move. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison. They stared in disbelief at Old Gu, who was in a sorry state, and Zhuowen, who was standing in the air without moving an inch. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was stronger after the 2 of them exchanged blows. Ha! Your 3 great clans are a bunch of good-for-nothings. More than 30 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators surrounded Zhuowen. Not only were they unable to harm a single hair on Zhuowen's body, they were even beaten to a pulp. Now, even the elders of the Xuanzuan realm have joined the fray, but they were forced to retreat several hundred meters. What a bunch of trash. Within the chaotic tripartite formation, Lu Hantian also saw the terrifying battle in the sky above the courtyard. When he saw Zhuowen kill more than 30 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, Lu Hantian smiled. Then, Zhuowen's 3-headed, 6-armed form forced Old Gu of the Xuanzuan realm to retreat. Even Lu Hantian revealed a trace of surprise in his heart. Zhuowen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. A mere Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was actually able to suppress an initial stage cultivator of the Xuanzuan realm. Lan Haohai, Chao Yen, and Feng Tian all had ugly expressions. Zhuowen's battle record had also shocked the three of them. How did this kid grow so quickly? Chao Ji said through gritted teeth. This Zhuowen must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 757. For mystic venerates working together, the surrounding martialists froze when they heard Grant Haohai's words. It seemed like Grant Haohai was determined to kill Zhuowen. He had actually asked 4 powerhouses from the Xuanzuan realm to work together to kill Zhuowen. Grant Haohai, how shameless are you? You actually asked 4 family elders to work together to deal with a junior like Zhuowen. You are really shameless. Lu Hantian, who was within the mixed tripartite formation, had a cold look in his eyes. His hands weren't slow as they continuously blasted the surrounding array formation. The terrifying power caused the mixed tripartite formation to tremble violently. Unfortunately, the mixed tripartite formation formed by the 3 family heads was too terrifying. Even though Lu Hantian had used all his strength, he could only cause the mixed tripartite formation to tremble violently. He couldn't break it. Humph. Lu Hantian, don't waste your energy. The mixed tripartite formation is a grade 6 origin formation. Even if you are a heavenly venerate, you won't be able to escape. Now, you'd better watch with your own eyes how that little bastard Zhuowen will die. Grant Haohai glared coldly at Lu Hantian, who was within the mixed tripartite formation, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. At that moment, in the sky above the courtyard, Old Fu and the other 2 looked at each other. Among them, Old Fu said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you've seen it too. Zhuowen is truly strange." Even Old Gu was forced back by him. Moreover, the head of the Grand Family has ordered us to join hands and thoroughly kill him. The other 2 old men nodded in agreement when they heard Elder Fu's words. They were also shocked that Zhuowen had pushed Elder Fu back several hundred meters with one strike. Since they had already offended a monstrous genius like Zhuowen today, they had to completely eliminate him. Otherwise, when he grew up in the future, they would suffer a calamity. Let's work together and kill this kid in one fell swoop. Big Fox roared. He took a step forward, and with the other 2 elders, they turned into 3 streaks of light and flew towards Zhuowen. In an instant, they were above Zhuowen. At that moment, Zhuowen was holding 6 spears in his hands. He had just repelled Old Gu and was about to give chase when he heard Grant Haohai's shout. Grant Haohai. Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent towards Grant Haohai was surging like a tsunami. This Grant Haohai had tried to kill him time and time again. This had thoroughly infuriated Zhuowen. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures appeared above Zhuowen in an instant. Elder Fu and the other 2 attacked at the same time, sending out 3 horrifying palm prints. The void cracked and countless air currents were stirred up, crushing down on Zhuowen below. Damn it! Feeling the 3 horrifying palm prints above him, Zhuowen swung his 6 arms, and the 6 spear intent domains condensed out once again. They revolved around Zhuowen's body, forming 6 blue shields. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 3 palm prints descended above Zhuowen's head. The horrifying pressure caused the space around Zhuowen to collapse into countless fragments, revealing a black hole with strong winds. Block it! The palm print and the 6 spear intent domains clashed in an instant, followed by a terrifying explosion. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he involuntarily retreated several hundred meters before barely managing to stop himself. Zhuowen felt a tightness in his chest, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen's gaze became even colder. He actually blocked it. Elder Fu stood in front of the 3 elders and stared at Zhuowen, who was a few hundred meters away, with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. The 3 of them from the Xuanzuan realm had attacked together, and this kid actually didn't die. Old Gu, come over quickly. The four of us will kill this kid together. Elder Fu also knew that the young man in front of him wasn't simple. He quickly summoned Old Gu, who wasn't far away, and wanted the four of them to work together to deal with Zhuowen. Old Gu still had some lingering fear in his heart. Zhuowen's attack just now had sent him flying a few hundred steps away, which had really shocked him. After all, Zhuowen was only at the ultimate emperor realm, and yet he was able to completely suppress him in terms of strength. It was unbelievable. He's only at the ultimate emperor realm, but he already has the power to fight against a Xuanzuan realm cultivator. This kid is too terrifying. If we don't kill him now, he'll probably become even more powerful when he advances to the Xuanzuan realm. Old Gu's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and came to the side of Elder Fu and the other two elders. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, who was a few hundred meters away. Zhuowen. With the four of us attacking together, you'll definitely die. I'll give you a chance now. Kill yourself, and perhaps we'll leave your corpse intact. Elder Fu stepped forward slowly with the four of them in the lead. He looked down at Zhuowen in the distance with arrogance in his eyes. Although he was shocked that Zhuowen had sent Old Gu retreating with one move, Zhuowen wasn't a match for the four of them working together. After all, if the four of them worked together, they could even fight against a late-stage Xuanzuan realm cultivator. Zhuowen hadn't even reached the Xuanzuan realm. The strength he displayed should only be slightly stronger than a cultivator at the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm. There was an insurmountable gap between him and the four of them. You four disrespectful old trash, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? I'd like to ask, all four of you are Xuanzuan realm cultivators, and I, Zhuowen, am only at the ultimate emperor realm. My realm is lower than yours. But now, not only are the four of you working together, but you're also acting so matter-of-factly. Don't you even have a basic sense of shame? Zhuowen slowly stood in the void and stared coldly at Elder Fu and the other three as he spoke word by word. Hearing this, Elder Fu and the other three's faces turned ugly. Zhuowen was right. If any one of them went against Zhuowen, they would be bullying the weak. But now, the four of them from the Xuanzuan realm were working together to fight against a junior. After this battle, the four of them would probably be despised by many. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. Humph. You talk a lot of nonsense. No matter what you say today, it's useless because you're going to die. Elder Fu snorted coldly and said to the three elders behind him, release your armor souls. Let's end this quickly and kill this little bastard in one fell swoop. As he spoke, Elder Fu stomped his foot, and a ray of light burst out from his body. Then, a huge black python that was hundreds of feet long appeared above Elder Fu. Elder Fu leaped up and stood on the head of the black python. This black python was Elder Fu's armor soul, the dark python. At this moment, it had been concretized. The other three elders also released their armor souls. They used the power of their nascent souls to concretize their armor souls. The ancient armor soul was made of countless blood-red vines. At this moment, they wrapped around Elder Fu's body and turned into a blood-red vine armor on the surface of his body. It looked majestic. The other two elders' armor souls, one of which was a longsword, and the other was a broadsword, lined up on either side of Elder Fu. In the heavenly armor continent, weapon armor souls were considered low-class armor souls. Due to their limited growth potential, concretization could only concretize weapon armor souls. Although the materialization of the weapon armor soul produced weapons that were much tougher than ordinary spiritual treasures, they were not as helpful to the four honorable realm warriors as those beast-type martial souls. Even the ancient vine martial soul was much weaker. There was no doubt that the two elders with a broadsword and a sword on either side of Elder Fu were the weakest of the four. Kill this kid as soon as possible. After the four of them released their armor souls, Elder Fu shouted coldly. He led the four of them and turned into four streams of light, dashing toward Zhuowen. This time, they had to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen is doomed. For Mystique Venerables, and all of them are Mystique Venerables who have released their armor souls to fight. Zhuowen is no match for them. Countless warriors who were watching in the dark shook their heads and sighed. No one thought that Zhuowen could escape from the siege of Elder Fu and the other 3 elders. As Mystique Venerable Realm warriors, the 4 of you have no dignity at all. How can the 4 of you team up to fight a junior? Lu Nantian, who was fighting fiercely with the other 2 elders, also saw the actions of Elder Fu and the other 3 elders. His face was filled with anger. Elder Fu and the other 3 elders were too shameless. For Xuanzuan Realm warriors teamed up to fight a ultimate 9-wheel Royal Realm warrior. Unfortunately, the 2 elders in front of him were like sticky candy, clinging tightly to him. Lu Nantian could not free himself to save Zhuowen. On the other side of the void, Zhuowen took a deep breath. He waved his 6 arms and unleashed the 6-spear intense to the maximum. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the 4 elders. What? That Zhuowen is not running away. Is he going to fight? Isn't he digging his own grave? Zhuowen's unusual actions instantly caused shock to appear in the eyes of many people. Not only did Zhuowen not retreat, he was charging forward bravely instead. He actually intended to fight by himself, and he was simply courting death. Ultimate Sword Formation's Yin-Yang form. The moment he charged out, Zhuowen's mental power surged out from his Mud Pill Palace. The Greater Infinity Sword Formation split into Yin and Yang and turned into a Yin-Yang Sword Formation. It suddenly swept towards Elder Fu, who was standing on the Black Python. Whoosh! In an instant, the Yin-Yang Sword Formation enveloped Elder Fu. Elder Fu was the strongest among the 4, so Zhuowen had to restrain him in order to have a chance of fighting. Otherwise, with Elder Fu's help, Zhuowen did not think that he could withstand the joint attack of 4 Xuanzuan Realm warriors. Zhuowen. Although your mentality is strong, it's not enough to stop me. Elder Fu's voice sounded from within the Yin-Yang Sword Formation. Then, the Yin-Yang pattern above the sword formation shattered, and Elder Fu charged out of the formation. Humph. Don't be so sure. Zhuowen snorted and no longer suppressed his mentality. The mentality of a complete grade 5 mentality poured out and formed countless mentality storms around his body. Zhuowen's spiritual energy was tempered by the 10,000 evolution scripture. His Naiwan palace had already produced nearly 200 strands of spiritual energy. In terms of spiritual energy, Zhuowen's spiritual energy far exceeded that of a 5th stage Paragon Arcana Master. Ultimate Sword Formation's Heaven's Bane. The moment Zhuowen released all of his mentality of a complete grade 5 mentality, he used the 3rd move of the Ultimate Sword Formation, Heaven's Bane. Rumble. Countless sword lights burst out from the sword formation. The endless sword lights gathered in the void and formed an oval-shaped dome. The dome was completely formed by the sword lights. When Heaven's Bane was used, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Chapter 758. On the Verge of Death Boom. The dome formed by the swordlight instantly crushed down, completely enveloping Elder Fu and his black oil python. A sound like muffled thunder burst out from the dome, and the space within a radius of several hundred feet shattered into countless pieces like glass. Elder Gu and the other 2 old men were outside the dome's sword light. They looked at the shattered space in shock and retreated several thousand feet before stabilizing themselves. What a terrifying mind power! What a powerful sword formation! Zhuowen is a complete grade 5 Arcana Master. Looking at the space that had completely collapsed under the dome's sword light, not only were Old Gu and the other 2 stunned, but the surrounding cultivators were also stunned. Although Zhuowen had revealed a 5th grade soul force in the top 5, at that time, Huanfu Wuji simply wasn't worth Zhuowen using his full strength. Thus, everyone thought that Zhuo Wen was only a small success 5th grade arcana master. But now, after Zhuo Wen had used the Greater Infinite Sword Formation's 3rd sword move, the Heaven's Bane, and the Mind Power Storm that swept across the sky, everyone realized that Zhuo Wen's mind power was not only at the lesser grade 5 arcana master, but at the complete grade 5 arcana master. Moreover, judging from the terrifying power of the Heaven's Bane, Zhuo Wen's mind power was even more terrifying than an ordinary complete grade 5 arcana master. Mind power at the complete grade 5 arcana master, this kid, just as Grand Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian reacted, they saw that Elder Fu, the strongest among them, was suppressed by the Heavenbreaker style. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. This kid must die. Even if Elder Fu is not here, Elder Gu and the other 2 old men can still completely obliterate this kid. Grand Haohai's eyes were gloomy. After seeing Zhuo Wen's various techniques, Grand Haohai's killing intent towards Zhuo Wen surged. Zhuo Wen must die, or there would be endless trouble in the future. Elder Gu even saw the shadow of Zhuo Xiaotian in Zhuo Wen. Although he didn't find out that Zhuo Wen had a dragon soul in his body when he probed his sea of consciousness back then, his terrifying mental strength talent was actually not inferior to that of Zhuo Wen back then. This kind of genius had already formed a death grudge, so they definitely couldn't let him continue to live. Otherwise, when he completely matured, their 3 families would have to bear an indelible disaster. Old Gu. What are the 3 of you doing? Kill that bastard Zhuo Wen for me. Otherwise, all of you will be buried with me. Glancing at the stunned old Gu trio in the air, Grand Haohai involuntarily cried out in a flustered and exasperated manner. Currently, his mood was very bad. They had originally thought that they would be able to kill Zhuo Wen with more than 30 ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators and 6 Xuanzuan Realm Elders. However, the reality before his eyes was a harsh slap to Grand Haohai's face. Not only had Zhuo Wen killed more than 30 ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators, but Zhuo Wen had also killed more than 10 ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators. He had even transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma body, and his combat strength had soared to a level comparable to the experts of the Xuanzuan realm. He had even repelled old Gu's attack. Not only that, but Zhuo Wen had also revealed the terrifying mental strength of a 5th grade great perfection and used a terrifying secret spirit technique like the Sky's Bane to suppress old Fu, who was the strongest among them this time. Zhuo Wen had really exceeded Grand Haohai's expectations time and time again. Now, Grand Haohai suddenly realized that he had greatly underestimated this young man called Zhuo Wen in front of him. I was careless. After all, he is the son of the evildoer Zhuo Xiaotian. Like father, like son. Glancing at the 3-headed, 6-armed figure, Grand Haohai's eyes had a trace of annoyance. Back when he had investigated Zhuo Wen's body and discovered that Zhuo Wen only had a useless armor soul, he hadn't taken him seriously. Now, he realized that his carelessness back then had led to such a huge disaster. Zhuo Wen. Go to hell. So what if your strength is extraordinary and your talent is monstrous? So what if old Fu isn't here? Today, you will definitely die. The 3 rays of light arrived at Zhuo Wen in an instant. Elder Gu, who was in the leading position, waved his sleeves, and countless blood-colored vines spread out from his blood-colored armor. It looked like a sea of vines, which completely surrounded Zhuo Wen. Break! Zhuo Wen stood tall. His 3 heads and 6 eyes were constantly observing the surrounding environment. The moment old Fu's blood-red vines swept over, Zhuo Wen moved. Boom! 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 6 long spears turned into 6 cold lights. The blood-red vines that were about to approach Zhuo Wen were instantly smashed into countless blood foam. Unfortunately, the countless blood-red vines were too terrifying. They seemed to be endless. Even though Zhuo Wen had destroyed them, they could still regenerate endlessly. Under the annihilation and regeneration of the blood-red vines, Zhuo Wen was almost exhausted. He could only constantly wave the 6 long spears in his hands to resist the attacks of the blood-red vines around him. The two of you, attack from the left and right. Don't let this kid escape. You must kill him in one fell swoop. Seeing the exhausted Zhuo running for his life, the corners of old Gu's mouth revealed a sinister smile. He instructed the 2 old men beside him. With a wave of his right hand, an even more terrifying number of blood-colored vines rushed out from his blood armor. The 2 old men with armor soles, one with a saber and one with a sword, nodded. With a stomp of their feet, they turned into 2 streamers and attacked Zhuo from the left and right. After all, the saber and sword in the hands of the 2 old men were transformed from their armor soles. Their toughness and power were much stronger than ordinary earth-rank spiritual treasures. They were existences close to heaven-rank spiritual treasures. Whoosh! Not good. Hearing the sounds of the air being torn apart, Zhuowen's ears twitched. Naturally, he noticed the 2 old men attacking from the left and right. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He was almost exhausted to deal with the blood-red vines around him. Moreover, his mental strength was controlling the greater infinity sword formation to suppress old Fu, who was in the midst of the sword light. He really couldn't free himself to deal with the 2 old men. Die! The 2 old men growled at the same time. A saber and a sword respectively pierced Zhuowen's chest from the left and right of Zhuowen. You want me to die? It's not that easy. Zhuowen roared. His 6 arms exerted force at the same time and blocked the countless blood-red vines in front of him. 2 of his arms swung the long spear horizontally. Clang! The saber and the sword arrived in an instant and blasted on the long spear. The sound of metal clashing resounded and countless sparks burst out. The powerful force caused Zhuowen to groan. His hand went numb and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Get out of my way! Zhuowen roared. Golden light burst out from his body and the strength in his body increased by a lot. He directly blocked the attacks of the 2 old men on his left and right. Thud! 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 The 2 old men's pupils shrank. They felt a powerful force gushing out and involuntarily retreated dozens of meters away. Zhuowen! Don't forget that there's still me. The moment Zhuowen exploded with power and repelled the 2 old men, he was at his weakest. A sinister figure appeared in front of him. Not good. Hearing this, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. He raised his head and saw that old man Gu, who was wearing blood-red armor, was already 5 meters away from him. Old man Gu clenched his fist and countless blood-red vines covered his right fist. The surface of his fist was covered with ferocious blood-red thorns. Blood rush fist. Old man Gu threw out a punch. The terrifying force even appeared on the surface of his fist and a ring-shaped airwave appeared on Zhuowen's chest. Puchi. Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent like a shrimp and his eyes bulged. Then, he fell down like a falling star. Rumble. He smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit that was dozens of feet deep. Zhuowen struggled to get up and spat out another mouthful of blood. The rain was still falling. Occasionally, lightning would streak across the sky, bringing a brief moment of light to this pitch-black rainy night. Under the pitter-patter of the rain, Zhuowen struggled to get up from the pit. He looked up at old Gao and the other 2 old men in the sky. He was panting and his eyelids were drooping. The continuous battle had already exhausted Zhuowen both physically and mentally. However, there was still a breath in his heart, an extremely sullen breath. It was this breath that made Zhuowen stubbornly unwilling to fall. You can still stand up after taking a full blow from this old man's blood rush fist. Old man Gu looked down in astonishment at Zhuowen, who was struggling to get up. His gaze was filled with astonishment, but there was even more ridicule in it. Zhuowen, how are you going to fight us in your current state? You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let this old man send you on your way. Old man Gu let out a hearty laugh. He stomped his foot and swooped down like a rock spreading its wings. The 5 fingers of his right hand were clenched into a fist. He had actually used the blood rush fist once again. This time, he wanted to completely eliminate Zhuowen. It's over. Zhuowen is finished. Under such circumstances, he's dead for sure. In the rainy night, the crowd hiding in the dark looked at the swaying Zhuowen and old man Gu, who was swooping down like a hot knife through butter. Everyone knew that Zhuowen was doomed. I can't accept this. Zhuowen roared. 6 spears were placed in front of his chest. Blue spear intent burst forth and formed 6 spear intent domains in front of him to protect him. It's useless. Now that you've suffered such a serious injury, how much strength can you unleash? Only death awaits you. Old man Gu arrived in an instant. His right fist punched out and turned into countless blood rays. Instantly, the 6 spear intent domains in front of Zhuowen collapsed and turned into dust. Puchi. Zhuowen was forced to retreat. The 6 spears stabbed into the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. Swoosh swoosh. The moment Zhuowen stabilized his body, 2 figures swept over from the void and instantly appeared on both sides of Zhuowen. Saber light and sword light flashed and 2 cold rays of light instantly pierced into Zhuowen's abdomen. The saber and sword elders had launched a sneak attack the moment Zhuowen retreated. They wanted to kill Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had cultivated the great sun nirvana and his physical body was unparalleled in the world, the saber and sword in the hands of the saber and sword elders were the materialization of their soul armor. They were extremely sharp and could naturally pierce through Zhuowen's body. Puchi. Zhuowen spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt unbearable pain all over his body. His mouth and nose were already flooded with blood. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His abdomen, which had been pierced by the saber and sword, was burning with pain. Plop. Chapter 759. Blood Sacrifice Sealed Gate Drip. The rain continued to fall in the quiet night. The pitter-patter of the rain continued to reverberate throughout the land. Silence. A deathly silence. Regardless of whether it was the countless cultivators hidden in the dark, Grand Haohai and the other 2 in charge of the chaotic tripartite formation, or Lu Hantian who was trapped in the formation, all of them were dead silent. Even Lu Nantian, who was fighting with the 2 mystique venerable rank elders, had stopped. His pupils shrank as he stared at the figure in the courtyard below. At this moment, the golden glow on Zhuowen's body had dimmed. The 3 heads and 6 arms that grew from his body drooped powerlessly. A saber and a sword had pierced through his abdomen. Golden blood slowly flowed out from the huge wound on his abdomen like a fountain. Drip. Drip. The crisp sound of blood falling to the ground mixed with the sound of rain. It was hard to tell whether it was the sound of rain or blood. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone stopped moving as their gazes gathered on Zhuowen. Everyone had different expressions when they saw Zhuowen's abdomen that had been pierced through. Everyone knew that the 3 great clans had mobilized so many people to surround and annihilate Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen's abdomen had been pierced through by the saber and sword elders, his injuries were fatal. In other words, Grand Haohai and the others had achieved their goal. Ha! Old Gu, the 3 of you have done well. Now that this kid is dead, the 3 of you will have contributed greatly when you return to the clan. A smile appeared on Grand Haohai's face. Soon after, his smile became even more brilliant. In the end, he raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely savage and unbridled. Zhuowen, the thorn in his side and the pain in his flesh, had finally reached his end. How could Grand Haohai be happy? Even Feng Tian and Chao Yan, who were in charge of the other 2 sides of the chaotic tripartite formation, revealed carefree smiles. Bastards! You actually dared to kill Zhuowen. After a moment of silence, Lu Hantian, who was trapped in the chaotic tripartite formation, roared furiously. His eyes were filled with monstrous fury. Break for me. As he spoke, Lu Hantian stomped his foot and an even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. Waves of seemingly solid blood qi spread out from his body like a fountain. Boom! Boom! Countless blood qi condensed and turned into a blood pillar that pierced through the sky. Then, the sound of glass shattering could be heard from the void above. A huge hole was torn open in the space above the blood pillar. A huge blood-colored door shot out from the opening in the void. It turned into a blood-colored meteor and crushed toward the chaotic tripartite formation. Big Brother's armor soul, blood sacrifice to the sealed door. Lu Nanshan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the blood-red door falling from the sky. A trace of caution appeared on his face. The inherited armor soul of the House of Marquis Qin was the sealed door. However, Lu Hantian was a freak. His inherited armor soul was a mutated armor soul. Although it was also a sealed door, it had a terrifying blood qi and was extremely evil. It was called the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door. The Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door was much more terrifying than the ordinary sealed door. It represented killing intent. Once it attacked, there would definitely be blood. It was evil and terrifying. It was because the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door was too terrifying and evil. Moreover, this strange sealed door also had a certain level of intelligence. It would often have thoughts of backfiring. Even Lu Hantian found it difficult to completely control the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door. Because of this, Lu Hantian rarely revealed his armor soul. He was afraid that he would suffer a backlash from the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door if he wasn't careful. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, now that Zhuowen's life was in danger, how could Lu Hantian care about this? He only wanted to rush out of the chaotic tripartite formation and save Zhuowen. Boom! The Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door instantly arrived and landed on the chaotic tripartite formation. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. The chaotic tripartite formation trembled violently and cracks appeared on its surface. What? This is Lu Hantian's armor soul. Its power is so terrifying. Glan Haohai and the other two looked at the chaotic tripartite formation that was trembling violently and faintly cracking. We can't let Lu Hantian escape from the chaotic tripartite formation. The two of you, don't hold back anymore. Glan Haohai's face was solemn. He formed a seal with his hands and used his armor soul materialization. His strength soared by several times. Feng Tian and Chao Ji also knew that the situation was critical. They no longer held back and used their armor souls to suppress the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door on the chaotic tripartite formation. At the same time, the three of them used their full strength to maintain the chaotic tripartite formation, increasing its power by several times. With the support of the three of them, the trembling of the chaotic tripartite formation calmed down a little. Its originally dim surface was suffused with a rather dazzling light. Within the formation, Lu Hantian was like a madman as he constantly bombarded the chaotic tripartite formation. The Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door was also extremely powerful. In an instant, the pressure on Glan Haohai and the other two increased greatly. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads like soybeans. Old Gu. Quickly kill Zhuowen and retreat immediately. The sudden burst of power from Lu Hantian shocked Glan Haohai and the other two. It was too terrifying. Even with the help of the chaotic tripartite formation, they were faintly unable to withstand it. If this situation continued, Lu Hantian would eventually break out of the formation. At that time, if Zhuowen was not completely dead, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Old Gu also knew the urgency of the matter. He looked down at Zhuowen, who was kneeling on one knee below. The coldness in his eyes grew thicker as he said indifferently, "Zhuowen. Don't blame me if you die. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. As he spoke, Old Gu clenched his right hand into a fist. Dense blood-red vines covered his right fist as he used the blood rush fist again. At this moment, Zhuowen's consciousness was already blurry. He could barely sense what was happening outside. He only felt pain, a burning pain all over his body. So tired. Zhuowen only felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, almost drooping down as if they weighed a ton. Through the gaps in his eyelids, he could still see Old Gu diving down from above, getting closer and closer to him. Am I going to die? Am I going to die just like this? At the same time, he also saw Old Gu's blood rush fist. He was very clear about the might of the blood rush fist. In his current state, if he took this fist head-on, he would definitely die. He wanted to stand up, but the saber and sword elders pierced his abdomen with their saber and sword, ruthlessly suppressing him, making it impossible for him to stand up. In his current state, even if he moved, he would pull at the wound on his abdomen, tearing it open even wider and causing even more intense pain. However, Zhuowen was unwilling to accept this. He was unwilling to die just like this. Whoosh! Old Gu arrived in an instant. He looked down at the youth kneeling on one knee in front of him. The sneer at the corner of his mouth deepened. The blood rush fist in his right fist was even more merciless as it smashed towards Zhuowen's head. With the might of the blood rush fist, this punch was enough to smash Zhuowen's head into a bloody mist. What a pity that such a genius is going to die just like this. That's right. He's only at the ultimate ninth will emperor realm, but he already has the power to fight against an ancient martial art practitioner from the Xuanzuan realm. This boy's potential is probably on par with the first prince, Huangfu Wudao. The ancient martial art practitioners hiding in the shadows all shook their heads. They all sighed over Zhuowen's imminent death. Old Gu's blood rush fist was close at hand. They simply did not believe that Zhuowen had any chance of surviving. When the blood rush fist was only a few inches away from Zhuowen, almost within reach, the strong astral wind caused Zhuowen's black hair to flutter, disheveled and disheveled. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly surged out from Zhuowen's body. Then, a golden light as dazzling as the sun burst out from Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a little golden man, solemn and dignified. When the golden light appeared, Old Gu's pupils shrank. He felt as if the blood rush fist had sunk into the sea. It actually directly froze. Then, a huge force came over, causing Old Gu to involuntarily retreat. Thump thump thump. After retreating dozens of steps, Old Gu's eyes flashed. His face was filled with shock and doubt. He also did not expect that such an intense golden light would suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. Those who see my body will have the heart of Bodhi. Those who hear my name will break evil and cultivate good. Those who hear my Dharma will obtain great wisdom. Those who understand my heart will become Buddha. The moment the golden light burst out from Zhuowen's body, a solemn Sanskrit sound slowly resounded in the world. It was like rolling thunder that rushed into the clouds. An ordinary stone flew out from Zhuowen's chest and floated above Zhuowen's head. Countless golden lights burst out from it. This is a relic. Zhuowen lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the stone floating above his head. He could not help but mutter to himself. Wasn't this the relic that withered lamp Buddha had given him? Zhuowen knew that this relic had saved his life when he was on the verge of death. Boom! A terrifying Buddhist power surged out from the relic and turned into a golden light pillar that shot into the void. Instantly, the dark night sky was flooded by a golden sea. It was as if the entire world had been dyed golden at this moment. Those who see my body will have the heart of Bodhi. Those who hear my name will break evil and cultivate good. Those who hear my Dharma will obtain great wisdom. Those who understand my heart will become Buddha. The same Sanskrit sound echoed in the void, as if it was responding to the call of the relic. Then, a huge golden giant that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall stepped out from the void. This golden giant had 4 heads and 8 arms. It was indomitable, and its terrifying size seemed to be able to trample the entire world under its feet. It was extremely mighty and majestic. The statue of Akalanatha. Looking at the 4-headed and 8-armed giant that came from the void, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Wasn't this giant the famous deity of Buddhism, the Akalanatha? He had not expected that the relic on him would summon the Akalanatha. Whoosh! The huge Akalanatha looked down at Zhuowen quietly. Then, with a roar, it turned into a golden light and burrowed into Zhuowen's body. Instantly, the golden light around Zhuowen's body became even more dazzling. Sacrifice the relic and become the Akalanatha. This is Benefactor Zhuo's Dharma fate. Fate begins and ends in a single thought. The moment the Akalanatha burrowed into his body, a calm voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. It was the voice of the withered lamp Buddha. Crack! At the same time, the relic that was floating above Zhuowen's head shattered completely with a crack. Chapter 760. Transforming into the immovable wisdom king, the golden light gradually faded. Zhuowen was still kneeling on the ground with one knee. However, he no longer had 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, he had 4 heads and 8 arms. His height had also increased by several times. He was now 30 feet tall, like a small hill. His golden surface was filled with terrifying power. This guy, his body changed again. Elder Gu, who had retreated dozens of steps, looked at the 4-headed, 8-armed Zhuowen. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 3-headed, 6-armed Zhuowen was already difficult enough to deal with. However, Zhuowen's body had changed again. He had turned into a 4-headed, 8-armed figure. Although his aura was still weak, it was much better than before. The 2 elders, one holding a saber and one sword, looked at Zhuowen, who had changed again. A trace of disbelief appeared on their faces. Let's go. The 2 elders looked at each other. They wanted to pull out the sword and saber that had pierced Zhuowen's abdomen. They wanted to get away from Zhuowen. You want to leave? Do you think that's possible? An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. 2 golden arms shot out like 2 spiritual snakes and coiled around the saber and sword elders on both sides. Looking at the golden arms, the 2 elders' pupils shrank. They knew that they could not avoid it. They threw out a punch, hoping to block the attack of the golden arms. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out, followed by 2 cries of agony. The arms of the saber and sword elders had been broken by the terrifying power of the golden arm. While repelling the sword and saber elders, Zhuowen waved his hands, and the 2 elders were lifted up high in his hands. What? Zhuowen's strength has become so terrifying. Elder Gu's face was filled with shock as he looked at the 2 elders who were instantly captured. Zhuowen's strength was much stronger than before. The 2 elders were actually unable to withstand a single blow from him. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze was unusually cold. If the saber and sword elders had not ambushed him, he would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. Zhuowen was very clear that if not for the sudden change in the Saraira at the last moment, blocking the ancient blood rush fist and stimulating all the Buddhist power in the Saraira, forcibly raising the level of Zhuowen's Nirvana Vairocana to the 4th level of Dharma fate, Zhuowen would have been doomed. Zhuowen! Don't kill us, we're just following orders, spare our lives. The saber and sword elders were held in Zhuowen's hands, and his immense power suppressed them, making it so that they were powerless and unable to resist. Zhuowen's Nirvana Vairocana had broken through to the 4th level of Dharma at the critical moment of life and death. He had transformed into the Akalanatha Dharma body and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Whether it was strength or reaction time, it was far more terrifying than the 3rd level of Nirvana. Now that Zhuowen was seriously injured, he could only use a portion of his strength. However, this portion of his strength was still able to suppress the saber and sword elders. It was clear how terrifying the four-headed, eight-armed Zhuowen was. Zhuowen. Let go of the saber and sword elders. They are the elders of the Feng family. Do you dare to kill them? Ancient Gu shouted sternly. Hearing this, Zhuowen's cold gaze turned slightly and immediately landed on Ancient Gu. A monstrous killing intent erupted from his eyes, as if it had materialized and was extremely terrifying. You think I don't dare to kill them? How laughable. You joined forces to bully me and kill me. Now that I, Zhuowen, have made a comeback, you think I shouldn't kill you? As he spoke, Zhuowen held the saber and sword elders with both hands and walked slowly towards Ancient Gu. He said word by word, today, I, Zhuowen, swear that as long as I am alive, the Feng family, Chao family, and Grand family will never have peace. Zhuowen walked step by step towards Ancient Gu. The aura on his body became more and more vast and sharp, and the killing intent filled the air. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have set off a powerful storm in the surroundings, causing Ancient Gu's pupils to shrink. He could not help but take a step back. As Zhuowen took a step forward, Ancient Gu could not help but take a step back. He took more than 10 steps back. I, Zhuowen, and the three families will not rest until one of us is dead. Either I, Zhuowen, die, or the three families will be destroyed. We will not rest until one of us is dead. As he took the last step, the monstrous killing intent filled the entire sky, almost dispersing the endless dark clouds in the sky. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds of bones breaking suddenly rang out the moment Zhuowen took his last step. The saber and sword elders, who were held in Zhuowen's hands, rolled their dead fish eyes. Their heads were strangely twisted as they fell to the side, dead. Blood-sucking great art. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He immediately used the blood-sucking great art. The essence blood of the saber and sword elders of the Xuanzuan realm flowed into Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's pale face gradually became rosy. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Zhuowen's eyes were dyed red. The killing intent on his body became even more intense and terrifying, soaring into the sky. The resentment of the saber and sword elders faintly affected Zhuowen, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. Zhuowen did not stop this killing intent. At this moment, the anger in his chest could only be completely vented by killing. He wanted to kill everyone who deserved to be killed. Bang bang. The sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground slowly rang out on the somewhat quiet ground. At this moment, the saber and sword elders had almost turned into dried corpses. They were casually thrown to the ground not far away by Zhuowen. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. The rain finally stopped, and the sound of rain also disappeared. However, the surroundings became even quieter. One could even hear the rapid breathing of many cultivators. Whether it was the cultivators hiding in the dark, Feng Tian, Chao Ji, or Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian, they all stopped moving. It was as if time had stopped. Their gazes were no longer on each other. Instead, they fell on the courtyard, on the four-headed, eight-armed youth, and on the saber and sword elders, who had turned into dried corpses. Especially when they saw the still lifeless corpses of the saber and sword elders, everyone fell silent. Although the armor souls of the saber and sword elders were not strong, and they were considered weak cultivators in the Xuanzuan realm, they were still powerful cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm. They had the terrifying power of the nascent soul realm. Now, in this ordinary courtyard, they had completely fallen at the hands of a young ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Two powerful cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm had died just like that. No one would be too calm. Dead. The saber and sword elders died just like that. In the dark, many cultivators licked their lips. Their voices were slightly trembling. This was too crazy. This was simply too crazy. Zhuowen was already extremely impressive for being able to resist the cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm as a ultimate emperor realm cultivator. However, not only had he done it now, but he had also killed 2 cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Ha! What nonsense are the 5 great clans? Even the Xuanzuan realm can't withstand a single blow. Lu Hantian, who was trapped in the chaotic tripartite formation, finally revealed a relaxed smile when he saw Zhuowen suddenly explode and kill the saber and sword elders. He looked at Grant Haohai and the other 2 outside the formation and mocked them without holding back. Grant Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Zhi's expressions were extremely gloomy. The deaths of the saber and sword elders were also beyond their expectations. They had originally thought that Zhuowen was dead for sure. However, they had not expected that the strange body tempering technique that Zhuowen cultivated would actually make a breakthrough before he died. His strength increased greatly, and he was able to kill the saber and sword elders. In the courtyard, Elder Gu's eyes flickered. He actually retreated quietly. The scene of Zhuowen killing the saber and sword elders with a single blow was still vivid in his mind. Although the saber and sword elders were much weaker than him, it was not that easy to kill them as easily as Zhuowen. At least in terms of strength, Zhuowen was much stronger than him. Pu Qi. Zhuowen quickly pulled out the saber and sword from his abdomen. The might of these 2 saber and sword were extraordinary. Even when Zhuowen transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form, his physical body was unparalleled. However, the saber and sword could still pierce through his body, showing how sharp they were. 2 of Zhuowen's 8 arms were empty. They did not have any weapons, so they could be used in place of a spear for now. The saber and sword elders are already dead. It's time for you to be buried with them. After pulling out the saber and sword, Zhuowen's strong physical body quickly healed the wound on his abdomen. Then, he turned around and stared at Elder Gu. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Elder Gu, who was retreating, stiffened. His eyes flickered as he snorted coldly. Do you think that I'm trash like the saber and sword elders? It's not that easy to bury me with them. I'm afraid that you will be the one buried with them. Oh. Then why did you retreat just now? Aren't you afraid? Zhuowen slowly walked toward Elder Gu. The mocking smile on his face intensified. A monstrous murderous aura burst out from his body, causing Zhuowen's clothes and hair to flutter even though there was no wind. He looked like a demon or a god, majestic and awe-inspiring. Ridiculous. Do you think that I'm afraid? Elder Gu sneered. He waved his right hand and countless blood-colored vines swept toward Zhuowen from all directions. Whoosh! The moment Elder Gu used the blood-colored vines, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he fled in another direction under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. Trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Do you really think that these blood-colored vines can buy you time? Through the gaps between the blood-colored vines, Zhuowen naturally saw Old Man Gu fleeing without a fight. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile as he waved his 8 arms at the same time. 8 strands of concept energy erupted, forming a series of explosions in the surroundings. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding terrifying and ferocious blood-colored vines had all collapsed and turned into fine powder. Zhuowen took a step forward and his entire body transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the fleeing Elder Gu. 3 pairs of lightning wings, open up. Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings. His speed soared to the limit and he shot out as though he had teleported. He arrived behind Elder Gu in an instant and his 8 arms suddenly swung out. Block it. Elder Gu's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhuowen chasing after him. He hurriedly turned around and waved his hands. Countless blood-colored vines swept out once again and formed a dense cluster of blood-colored vines in front of him. Break! Chapter 761. The five fallen mystic venerables. A terrifying ring-shaped airwave spread out in the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crack. Under this force, Gu Gu and the blood-red vine were completely annihilated. Hiss! 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 Everyone gasped as they stared in disbelief at the figure that was still standing in the void. What a terrifying power! Elder Gu was an expert of the Xuanzun realm, but he was annihilated by this power. Zhuowen was too monstrous. His physical strength alone was already at a level that others could only look up to. After killing Elder Gu, Zhuowen took a step forward and charged toward Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian was currently being attacked by two other Xuanzun realm elders and was barely holding on. Run! Don't fight this kid head-on. The two Xuanzun realm elders naturally saw the scene of Elder Gu being annihilated by Zhuowen. Elder Gu was stronger than the two of them. If even Elder Gu had died at the hands of Zhuowen, needless to say, they were no match for him. Run! Is it really that easy? A thunderous roar came from the sky. Zhuowen had 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. He looked like a deity as he instantly blocked the path of one of the fleeing old men. His 8 arms smashed down on the old man. Damn it! Block it for me. The elder had a pointy mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and a goatee. The sole armor on his body was a pitch-black cheetah. At this moment, he was commanding the cheetah to pounce toward Zhuowen. Break! Zhuowen was expressionless as his 8 arms fell heavily on the cheetah's body. With a loud explosion, the cheetah let out a mournful cry and shattered into countless pieces. Ah! After shattering the cheetah's body, a terrifying power spread out and landed on the body of the pointy-mouthed elder, causing him to let out a mournful cry and explode into a bloody mist. Zhuowen waved his right hand and the power of the pointy-mouthed elder's blood essence was directly absorbed by Zhuowen, nourishing his body. Zhuowen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the monkey-faced old man die in Zhuowen's hands just like that, the tall old man fled in another direction. The fear on his face became even more intense, and his speed increased by a few notches. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. His strength was about the same as the monkey-faced old man. Even the monkey-faced old man was no match for Zhuowen, let alone him. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and ruthless. There was no way that Zhuowen would let them off. Since you're already here, you might as well stay here forever. Why run? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His 3 pairs of lightning wings unfolded, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning. In the time of 5 breaths, he finally caught up to the tall old man. Similarly, with a single move, the old man didn't even let out a groan before exploding into a bloody mist. The abundant power of the blood essence filled Zhuowen's body with explosive power. The aura in his body increased by several times. With a loud explosion, Zhuowen's aura became unprecedentedly powerful. Just one more step and I'll be able to advance from the pinnacle of the Nine-Will Emperor realm to the half-step Xuanzun realm. After absorbing the power of the blood essence of 5 Xuanzun realm ancient martial art practitioners, Zhuowen's aura was now terrifyingly powerful. Zhuowen had a premonition that if he absorbed the blood essence of one more Xuanzun realm ancient martial art practitioner, he would be able to successfully break through to the half-step Xuanzun realm. What a terrifying aura of resentment. It's actually faintly affecting my mind. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet like a wild beast's. They were filled with brutality and killing intent. If someone who wasn't resolute met Zhuowen's gaze, they would probably be frightened. These blood-red eyes didn't seem like the eyes of a human at all. They were filled with too many negative emotions and revealed too much killing intent. He was like a bloodthirsty beast. Fortunately, the demon-suppressing green coffin on Zhuowen's back was continuously absorbing the terrifying aura of resentment in Zhuowen's body. Otherwise, the aura of resentment of 5 Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioners would be extremely terrifying. Even if Zhuowen had a strong will, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. At this point, apart from Elder Fu, who was trapped by the infinite sword formation, the other 5 Xuanzuan realm elders had all died. They had all died at the hands of Zhuowen alone. This is so powerful. Lu Nanshan's mouth was slightly agape as he watched Zhuowen kill the 2 elders who had besieged him. In the end, this was the only sentence that could express the shock in his heart. Relying on the cultivation of an ultimate 9th will emperor to kill 5 Xuanzuan realm beginner stage ancient martial art practitioners in one fell swoop. Such a magnificent feat was simply too terrifying. Among the younger generation, perhaps only the mysterious Qin Yan of the Azure Dragon sub-temple and the domineering and ruthless Huangfu Wudao of the imperial family could achieve such a feat now. There was one more such person, and that was a young man who had come from Qin County, one of the 8 counties outside the imperial capital county. His name was Zhuowen. There was no doubt that after tonight, Zhuowen's reputation would spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial city and even the imperial capital, and even the entire Qing Xian Empire. Tonight's battle undoubtedly proved just how powerful and terrifying the potential of an unknown youth like Zhuowen was. Lan Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji all turned ghastly pale. They silently stared at the 4-headed, 8-armed youth who stood in the air like a god. This time, they had sent out over 30 ultimate 9th will emperor experts and 6 beginner stage Xuanzuan realm elders to deal with Zhuowen, who was only an ultimate 9th will emperor. Initially, they had thought that this mission would be a surefire success. With the lineup they had sent out, even a mid-stage mystique venerable realm powerhouse would not be able to escape, let alone a late-stage ultimate emperor realm powerhouse. However, the final result was out of everyone's expectations. Over 30 ultimate 9th will emperor experts had all died, and 5 of the 6 Xuanzuan realm elders had died. The only survivor, Elder Fu, had been trapped by Zhuowen's infinite sword formation. Without a doubt, the mission this time had failed. Lan Haohai and the others had suffered a crushing defeat. What made their expressions even uglier was that their 3 clans had already formed a deep enmity with Zhuowen. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Now, the natural talent and strength that Zhuowen revealed had already caused the 3 of them to be shocked in their hearts. They were truly unable to imagine that if this kid really matured and attained the 4th Exalt realm, then he would probably take revenge on their 3 great clans. This was a potential threat, and if he truly matured, this potential threat would be fatal. The 3 patriarchs wanted nothing more than to personally come down and kill Zhuowen. However, they could not and did not dare to do so right now. This was because the chaotic tripartite formation required the 3 of them to maintain it. If any one of them left, Lu Hantian would be able to break out of the formation easily. At that time, the 3 of them would probably be the ones to suffer. Therefore, the 3 patriarchs could only stand outside the chaotic tripartite formation and silently watch as the elites and elders of their clans were slaughtered one by Zhuowen. The 3 of them could still accept the fact that over 30 ultimate 9th will emperor experts had been killed. After all, with the resources of their 3 clans, it would not be too difficult to nurture more ultimate 9th will emperor experts. However, the elders of the Xuanzuan realm had also been completely wiped out. Their hearts ached faintly, and their hatred for Zhuowen grew even stronger. The cultivation of Xuanzuan realm cultivators could not be done with sufficient resources. This was because advancing from the ultimate emperor realm to the Xuanzuan realm required comprehension and cultivation. If your comprehension and cultivation were not sufficient, you would not be able to reach the Xuanzuan realm no matter how many resources you had. Among the 3 clans, the number of Xuanzuan realm cultivators could be counted on 2 hands. This number could be said to be extremely rare. Now that they had lost 2, it could be said to be a heavy loss for them. Zhuowen. You little bastard, our three clans will never let you off. No one will be able to save you in the future. Grand Hao Hai roared angrily. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Ha ha! Zhuowen laughed. His laughter was extremely deranged. He stared coldly at Grand Hao Hai as if he was looking at an idiot. He said word by word, "You old bastard Grand, when did I, Zhuowen, ever provoke your Grand family? We did not even have a deep grudge before. It was only a marriage contract that brought us together a little. But is this a big deal? It shouldn't be. But because of this small marriage contract, your Grand family first came to break off the engagement. Of course, I, Zhuowen, did not care about this marriage. I agreed to break off the engagement, so I wrote a letter of divorce. But you did not accept it, causing our Zhuo family to have nothing. You wanted to destroy the marriage contract. Later on, because of Big Brother Hantian, we came to an agreement. That was the battle for the Azure Emperor rankings. But that bitch from your clan, Grand Hao Hai, did not keep her promise. She openly attacked me in the Peach Blossom origin map and tried to take my life. She even spoke rudely to me like a shrew. I accept all of this. After all, the final results of the Azure Emperor rankings have not been released yet. I, Zhuowen, am not in a hurry. Tomorrow is the day of the conferred marquee battle. On the eve of the conferred marquee battle, you joined forces with the Feng and Chao clans and sent out such a large group to encircle a mere ultimate emperor realm cultivator like me. At this point, Zhuowen raised his head. His eyes were filled with sharpness as he stared indifferently at Grand Hao Hai. He said, "From the beginning to the end, when have you, Grand Hao Hai, ever intended to let me, Zhuowen off?" Grand Hao Hai's face stiffened when he heard these words. Zhuowen was right. He, Zhuowen, had never provoked the Grand family. On the contrary, it was the Grand family who had forced Zhuowen time and time again, even wanting to take his life. Countless warriors who were hiding in the dark also had a look of realization in their eyes. If what Zhuowen said was true, the Grand family was really despicable and shameless. And now you're telling me that you will never let me off. Chapter 762. Elder Fu's fear. Once those words were spoken, Grand Hao Hai's expression immediately darkened. Zhuowen actually dared to speak to him in such a manner before the gazes of the crowd. This caused Grand Hao Hai's killing intent towards Zhuowen to become even denser. Little bastard. Who do you think you are? To me, you and your Zhuo family are just lowly ants. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Grand Hao Hai snorted coldly. His voice was as bone-chilling as winter. Ha! In any case, I, Zhuowen, have already sworn that I, Zhuowen, will not let your Grand family, Feng family, and Chao family off. As long as I, Zhuowen, am alive, I will not rest until I'm dead. Unless you can kill me in advance. Zhuowen straightened his back and raised his head. He looked at Grand Hao Hai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji fearlessly. There was no fear in his eyes. Zhuowen, good job. I don't like these three families either. When the time comes, we'll turn them upside down. Within the chaotic tripartite formation, Lu Hantian chuckled. After all, he was trapped by Grand Hao Hai and the other two with the chaotic tripartite formation as soon as he appeared. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger in his heart. Naturally, he wanted to settle the score with the three of them. Hearing Lu Hantian's words, Grand Hao Hai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji's faces instantly turned ugly. After all, Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerable realm expert. If he went to their families to make trouble, they would really have a headache. Big Brother Hantian. No need. I, Zhuowen, will personally visit the three families in the future. I, Zhuowen, will take revenge for today's grudge one by one. Zhuowen shook his head, his voice extremely cold. Although using Lu Hantian to take revenge on the three great clans would be effective immediately, the three great clans had been established in the imperial city for many years, and Lu Hantian was not a lone wolf. There was no need for him to offend the three great clans for her. Lu Hantian furrowed his brows, but after thinking about it, he understood what Zhuowen meant. He nodded his head and said, "Since you have made up your mind, Big Brother will not forcefully change your mind. However, before you grow up, I won't let those three old fellows touch you. If they dare to touch you again, I don't mind touching their family's younger generation, hee hee." Hearing this, Grand Hao Hai and the other two's pupils shrank. Lu Hantian's words were a naked threat. In other words, if they dared to touch Zhuowen again, Lu Hantian would use the same method to kill their family's juniors. Lu Hantian, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a heavenly venerate? Let me tell you, it's not like our family doesn't have any heavenly venerates. Hearing Lu Hantian's naked threat, Feng Tian could not help but retort in a gloomy voice. I want to kill your family's juniors. Do you think that a heavenly venerate can stop me? Lu Hantian crossed his arms and laughed mockingly. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, but he did not refute. Lu Hantian was right. If he insisted on killing their family's juniors, even a heavenly venerate would not be able to stop him. Boom! Suddenly, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the huge dome formed by the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Then, the cracks continued to expand in front of everyone's eyes before finally collapsing completely. Whoosh! A slightly battered figure stepped on a huge black python that was hundreds of feet long and flew out of the collapsing sword light. Wasn't that Elder Fu, who was trapped by Zhuowen's Heaven's Bane at the beginning? Zhuowen! You little bastard! Today, I'll skin you alive and hack you into pieces. At that moment, Elder Fu's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. He looked dispirited, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Elder Fu roared angrily as soon as he came out. Zhuowen's Heaven's Bane had put him in such a sorry state. Elder Fu's heart was already filled with rage. He was determined to pull out Zhuowen's tendons and peel off his bones so that he would die in pain. Over there. You're dead this time, little bastard. Elder Fu did not see the corpses of his 5 companions when he came out. Instead, he locked his gaze on Zhuowen, who had grown 4 heads and 8 arms. He was furious. Whoosh! Elder Fu stomped on the ground and commanded the onyx python to dash toward Zhuowen as fast as lightning with an aggressive aura. Elder Fu! No, come back quickly. Zhuowen is not someone you can handle. Seeing that Elder Fu, who had just broken through the dome, was charging toward Zhuowen, Grand Hao Hai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stopped him. Elder Fu was an elder of the Grand family, and he was stronger than the 5 elders from before. He was already a martial artist who was half a step into the middle stage of the Xuanzun realm. Even so, after witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength, Grand Hao Hai knew that Elder Fu was no match for Zhuowen. After the Nirvana Vairocana had broken through to the 4th level of Dharma, Zhuowen's physical strength had reached its peak. He probably had the strength to fight a martial artist of the middle stage of the Xuanzun realm. His strength was much more terrifying than Elder Fu's. Don't worry, family head. This time, I'll definitely bring you this little bastard's head. Elder Fu did not slow down when he heard Grand Hao Hai's shout. Instead, he sped up. Although he had some doubts about Grand Hao Hai's words, he believed in his own strength more. Zhuowen was merely an ultimate 9-will emperor. How could such a person compare to him? In front of a mystique venerate, Zhuowen was as insignificant and weak as an ant. Little bastard. I think you'd better accept your fate. No one who offends the Grand family will have a good ending. You'd better reflect on your stupidity when you meet the King of Hell in the underworld. In an instant, Elder Fu arrived above Zhuowen. The smile on his face grew wider. He waved his right hand, and the huge black python under his feet roared and opened its bloody mouth. It enveloped Zhuowen, wanting to swallow him whole. This idiot, seeing that the black python and Zhuowen were about to collide, Grand Haohai's face darkened to the extreme. He could not help but curse in a low voice. Elder Fu's position in the Grand family was not low. Furthermore, he had been an elder for 2 generations. He was a person of virtue and prestige. Grand Haohai was in a dilemma at this moment. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen looked up at the black python that was getting closer and closer. He slowly extended a golden palm and met it head-on without any fancy moves. Roar! A hysterical cry suddenly rang out. Following which, the huge black python was actually caught in Zhuowen's hand. Then, Zhuowen extended his other hand and placed it on the python's jaw. His hand suddenly spread open, and the black python's jaw let out a piercing sound of shattering. Following which, its jaw drooped down powerlessly. It could not even close its mouth. The smile on Elder Fu's face suddenly froze. His face twitched as he watched Zhuowen break the black python's jaw with his bare hands. His eyes were filled with shock. The black python was known for its great strength. Just one leap was enough to lift a cauldron. Especially the strength of its jaw, which was even more terrifying. It could bite an entire mountain into pieces. But now, the bite that the black python was most proud of was like a toy in Zhuowen's hands. It could not even withstand a single blow. Did you just say that you want me to accept my fate? Zhuowen slowly raised one of his hands. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he suddenly punched out. It directly landed on the black python's huge head. Puchi! A ring-shaped airwave spread out. The force of Zhuowen's fist directly penetrated the black python's head. A terrifying cloud of blood burst out, causing the black python to let out another miserable cry. You also said that you want me to go to hell and reflect on my actions. As he spoke, Zhuowen punched out again. Golden light shot out, and the scales on the black python's body all shattered. Countless drops of blood splattered everywhere. And you also said that I was stupid. As he spoke, Zhuowen bent his body like a bow and his feet like an arrow. He gathered all the strength in his body on his knees. With a stomp of his feet, Zhuowen's terrifying knee landed heavily on the black python's body. Roar! An extremely long and mournful cry rang out again. It continuously reverberated between heaven and earth. Then, it completely stopped. There was no sound at all. Under Zhuowen's heavy knee strike, the black python's entire body completely shattered. It turned into countless drops of blood that poured down in torrents. Elder Fu continuously retreated. He stared at the countless drops of blood in front of him in a daze. His mouth was slightly open, but he could not say anything. Is this young man really a ultimate Emperor Realm Warrior? Why is his strength so terrifying? His armor soul, the black python, had actually been beaten to death by Zhuowen right in front of him. As soon as the black python died, Elder Fu suddenly came to his senses. At the same time, he realized that the other 5 elders had not appeared at all. An ominous premonition surfaced in his mind. Looking around, Elder Fu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because the other 5 elders who had come with him to encircle Zhuowen were all lying in the courtyard below. There was no sign of life. They were clearly all dead. They're all dead. Could it be that Zhuowen killed them all? Elder Fu's entire body trembled as he looked at the 5 elders' corpses scattered in the courtyard. Thinking back to what Grand Haohai had warned him at the beginning, he finally had to believe that Zhuowen had the terrifying strength to kill Xuanzuan realm warriors. How is this possible? An ultimate 9th Will Emperor actually slaughtered 5 Mystique Venerable Realm martial artists in a row. That's impossible. Elder Fu's eyes were glazed over as he started babbling nonsense. It should be the 6th. Don't leave yourself out. A cold voice suddenly came from afar. Zhuowen instantly appeared in front of Elder Fu and reached out with his right hand, wanting to completely grab Elder Fu. Elder Fu instantly woke up from his daze. Looking at the palm that was getting closer and closer, he roared loudly. Countless amounts of origin energy poured out in an attempt to block the palm that was getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, Elder Fu's armor soul had been broken. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The defense formed in front of him was like a piece of paper in Zhuowen's eyes. Crack. Chapter 763. Half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Elder Fu's teeth chattered and his pupils constricted when he felt the chill on his neck. Zhuowen had captured him with a flip of his hand. That was too terrifying. Zhuowen, I'm an elder of the Glan family. Do you dare to kill me? Elder Fu screamed in fear at the brink of death. Idiot! I've already killed the other 5 elders. Do you think I'll care about you? The smile on Zhuowen's face grew colder. These Xuanzuan realm elders all thought highly of themselves. In their hearts, they only wanted to kill him, Zhuowen. Shouldn't Zhuowen kill them? It was truly laughable. Zhuowen, you'd better let Elder Fu go. Otherwise, even if I can't deal with you, can you guarantee that the Zhuo family will be safe? Grand Haohai's gaze turned even gloomier. Elder Fu had been in the Grand family for a very long time. He had been an elder for 2 generations, and his seniority was very high. Moreover, when Grand Haohai was still weak, Elder Fu had taught him. Now that he saw Elder Fu being held in Zhuowen's hand, how could Elder Fu be in a good mood? Are you threatening me with the Zhuo family? Zhuowen's voice suddenly turned cold. How dare Elder Fu threaten him with the Zhuo family in front of him? That had crossed Zhuowen's bottom line. Family was Zhuowen's reverse scale. If anyone used the Zhuo family to threaten Zhuowen, they would undoubtedly cross Zhuowen's reverse scale. Humph. The Zhuo family is as weak as an ant. I think you'd better think carefully. Don't destroy the Zhuo family because of a moment of impulse. Elder Fu snorted coldly. His gaze grew even colder. Good, good, good. How dare you threaten my Zhuo family? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhuowen's voice was as cold as ever as he exerted force with his right hand. Elder Fu let out a muffled groan and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately, surging blood essence energy flowed from Elder Fu's body into Zhuowen's. Elder Fu was the most powerful of the 6 elders, and the power of his essence blood was the most abundant. When Zhuowen absorbed all of Elder Fu's essence blood and converted it into his own origin energy, Zhuowen let out a roar, and an even more terrifying aura burst forth. This aura was so strong that it almost turned into a pillar of light. It had the power to pierce through the sky and shake the heavens and the earth. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that this kid is about to advance? Countless cultivators looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the figure that was bursting with countless rays of white light. Zhuowen's cultivation had risen from the late stage to the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm after absorbing the essence blood of more than 39 real Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Now that he had absorbed the essence blood of 6 Xuanzuan realm cultivators, the energy in his body was so abundant that it was almost shocking. In an instant, his aura broke through the shackles of the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Elder Fu's dead body and Zhuowen's body were covered in white light. His expression was ugly as he stared at the dead Elder Fu. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. If it weren't for the fact that he had to control the mixed yuan tripartite formation, Elder Fu would have personally killed that little bastard Zhuowen long ago. Just as everyone raised their heads in anticipation, thinking that Zhuowen would finally break through to the Xuanzuan realm, the pillar of light that pierced through the sky actually slowly dimmed. In the end, it retreated into Zhuowen's body. In the end, Zhuowen didn't succeed in his breakthrough. No nascent soul descended from the sky. Zhuowen's current situation was extremely similar to Qin Yan's situation in the throne room. He had failed his first breakthrough, so he should be half a step into the Xuanzuan realm right now. However, with the experience of failing his first breakthrough, his chances of success when he tried to break through to the Xuanzuan realm for the second time would undoubtedly increase greatly. The pillar of light disappeared, and Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of disappointment in his gaze. In fact, after absorbing all of Elder Fu's essence and blood, Zhuowen immediately tried to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. However, the result was rather disappointing. He didn't succeed in breaking through. Shaking his head, Zhuowen didn't care too much. Although he had failed to break through to the Xuanzuan realm, he had at least reached half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Although he had narrowly escaped death from the three great clans tonight, Zhuowen had also gained a lot. Not only had he broken through to the fourth level of the nirvana of the Great Sun at the brink of death, but he had also broken through to the fourth level of the Dharma realm. Furthermore, he had relied on the blood essence of more than 30 ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm and 6 Mystique Venerable realm elders to raise his cultivation from late-stage ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm to half-step Mystique Venerable realm. He was only half a step away from Mystique Venerable realm. Once I reach the Xuanzuan realm, I will be able to materialize Xiao He. I wonder how powerful Xiao He will be after materializing. Thinking of Little Black's mysterious origin and the fact that Little Black's quality was even above the 9th grade dragon soul, Zhuowen was looking forward to it. If Little Black really materialized, what kind of power would it possess? After all, a dragon soul was extremely powerful. It was many times more powerful than an ordinary armor soul. Even Qin Yan only had a 3rd grade dragon soul in his body. However, if Qin Yan reached the Xuanzuan realm, with the help of a 3rd grade dragon soul materialization, his combat strength would completely crush cultivators of the same level. In the Xuanzuan realm, he would be invincible. Perhaps only the supreme stage cultivators, who were one level higher than the Xuanzuan realm, would be able to suppress Qin Yan, who had a 3rd grade dragon soul. On the other hand, Blackie was an existence that was even higher than a rank 9 dragon soul. If he really did advance to Mystique Venerable rank, he would probably immediately possess the combat strength of a Venerable rank. He might even be able to fight against a Golden Venerable rank powerhouse. After all, in the history of Ryuka, once the Ryuka patriarchs with 9th grade dragon souls awakened their 9th grade dragon souls and their cultivation reached the 4th supreme stage, they would be invincible among cultivators of the same level. This was also why the Ryuka was so prosperous 10,000 years ago. The most fundamental reason was that almost every patriarch would awaken a top-notch 9th grade dragon soul. Once such a monstrous genius grew up, they would be extremely terrifying. Once the dragon soul was awakened, they would be invincible among cultivators of the same level. It was because of this terrifying dragon soul that the Ryuka was able to rule the eastern lands for so long. If not for the terrifying calamity 10,000 years ago and the Blue Dragon Hall's sneak attack, the Ryuka would not have declined. After reaching the half-step Xuanzuan realm, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Grant Haohai and the other two who were presiding over the chaotic tripartite formation. Big brother Hantian. Let me give you a hand. Zhuowen laughed loudly. With a stomp of his foot, the 4th stage of the Great Sun Nirvana realm was activated. 4 heads and 8 arms were revealed, and in an instant, he reached the blood sacrifice seal above the chaotic tripartite formation. Little bastard. You dare. Seeing Zhuowen standing above the blood sacrifice seal, Grant Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji's expressions changed greatly. Now, the 3 of them were in a deadlock with Lu Hantian by relying on the chaotic tripartite formation. If Zhuowen were to interfere, it was very likely that the deadlock between them would be broken. This was like a balanced scale. If one side fell into a feather as light as a goose's feather, it would immediately cause the balance to tilt. Now, Zhuowen was like that feather. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as high as Grant Haohai and the other two, if he were to add fuel to the fire on the blood sacrifice seal, it would completely break the deadlock between the two sides. Little bastard. Get out of my way. Grant Hauhai's right hand seal changed and pointed a finger at Zhuowen's back. A green energy swept out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and his 8 arms went up to meet the attack. Only a slight explosion was heard. Zhuowen's pupils shrank and he retreated continuously. His 8 arms were slightly numb. Grant Hauhai was indeed a golden venerable expert. Just a casual attack was enough to make Zhuowen, who was in a 4-headed and 8-armed state, retreat continuously. Even his arms were numb because of it. It's not that easy to stop me. Zhuowen opened his 8 arms again. At the same time, countless amounts of mental strength swept out and turned into countless mental storms around his body. They all blasted on the energy. Bang! In an instant, the energy was broken by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen rushed toward the blood sacrifice seal again. His 8 arms slammed on the top of the blood sacrifice seal. A terrifying force erupted and the surrounding air waves spread out. Rumble. Zhuowen's attack caused the entire chaotic tripartite array to tremble violently again. Lu Hantian, who was inside the array, also knew that this was an opportunity. He quickly unleashed his strength and attacked from the inside with all his strength. Suddenly, the chaotic tripartite array trembled even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. Grand Hauhai's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and he was extremely hateful in his heart. If it wasn't for him placing most of his strength on the chaotic tripartite formation, then he would have been able to kill Zhuowen with a single move when he flashed towards the sealed door. Patriarch Grant, the chaotic tripartite array can't hold on for too long. We must leave now. Otherwise, when Lu Hantian comes out, it will be too late for us to leave. Feng Tian and Chao Ji's faces changed drastically when they felt the chaotic tripartite array trembling even more violently. They turned to look at Grant Hauhai and shouted in unison. Grant Hauhai stared at the chaotic tripartite array that was about to collapse. He clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As he spoke, Grant Hauhai, Feng Tian and Chao Ji immediately turned into 3 streaks of light. They directly abandoned the chaotic tripartite array and rushed towards the distance, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. Zhuowen quietly stared at the 3 figures that had disappeared. His eyes were filled with indifference. Feng family, Chao family and Grant family. He, Zhuowen, would not let today's enmity go so easily. There would be plenty of time in the future. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The chaotic tripartite array finally collapsed completely under Lu Hantian's wild attacks. Lu Hantian leapt out of the range of the array. Those 3 old bastards fled faster than dogs. Humph. After walking out of the array, Lu Hantian looked around and found that there was no trace of Grant Hauhai and the other 2. He could not help but snort coldly. After cursing inwardly, Lu Hantian stared at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. He laughed loudly and said, "Zhuowen, you're really something. I really did not expect that you were actually hiding such a terrifying strength. Even the 6 elders of the Xuanzun realm were killed by you. I'm afraid that in a few days, tonight's deeds will spread throughout the imperial capital. At that time, you'll be famous." Zhuowen shrugged and said, "Big brother Hantian, don't make fun of this little brother. If it wasn't for the fact that I had a slight breakthrough in a matter of life and death, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to see me now. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. Kid, you've gained a lot of benefits tonight. In tomorrow's conferred marquee battle, you'll definitely enter the top 3. Come, let's go back to the Drunken Spring Pavilion." Lu Hantian was obviously very happy. He hugged Zhuowen and led Lu Nantian back to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Chapter 764. Undercurrent surges. The night grew darker and darker. The rain had already stopped and the capital was completely silent under the cover of night. However, the cultivators in the capital were no longer as calm as before. The Chao, Feng, and Glan clans, 3 of the 5 great clans of the capital, had aggressively led numerous experts to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to surround and kill Zhuowen. Even the heavenly venerate Lu Hantian had been trapped by the Glan Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian's mixed Yuan tripartite formation. Zhuowen had almost no helpers and was all alone. Originally, everyone had thought that Zhuowen would be dead without a doubt under such a mighty formation. However, the final result had greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only had 6 Xuanzuan realm experts and over 30 Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators failed to kill Zhuowen, they had been completely annihilated. This sensational news spread through the streets and alleys of the Imperial City on this quiet night, causing the quiet Imperial City to become lively once again. In the Glan clan's mansion, the young geniuses of the Glan clan had not gone to sleep. They were all standing in the courtyard and looking up at the sky. At the very front of these young geniuses was Glan Baiha, who wore a long dark green dress and had a graceful figure. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed. For some reason, she had a bad premonition. "Sister, what are you worried about? Father has joined forces with the Feng and Chao clans and sent out such a powerful formation. Zhuowen will definitely die." Glan Daffodil, who was standing beside Glan Baiha, was astonished when she saw Glan Baiha's uneasy expression. The young geniuses of the Glan clan basically knew about tonight's assassination attempt. Furthermore, Glan Baiha and Glan Daffodil were Glan Haohai's daughters. They knew the formation of this assassination attempt like the back of their hands. There were more than 30 ultimate 9-wheel Emperor warriors and 6 mystique venerable realm elders. Such a terrifying lineup could even take down a mid-middle stage mystique venerable realm warrior. On the other hand, Zhuowen was only a late-stage ultimate emperor realm ancient martial art practitioner. In the face of such a lineup, he had no way of resisting at all. "But father, you're making a fuss over nothing. That Zhuowen's talent is indeed strong, and his strength is not bad, but the lineup sent out this time is a bit too much." The great Glen Daffodil spoke again, believing that great Glen Haohai's lineup this time was making a mountain out of a molehill and was completely unnecessary. In the Glen Daffodil's opinion, just the 30 or so ultimate 9th will Emperor realm cultivators would be enough to capture Zhuowen with ease. Humph. That little bastard will also have such a day. This is the consequence of offending our Grant family. Thinking that Zhuowen might die in this assassination attempt, the curve at the corner of Glen Daffodil's mouth became even more obvious. Back then, she had gone to the Zhuo family to destroy the marriage certificate, but had been taught a lesson by Zhuowen. She would never forget this grudge. Narcissus, you're right. The lineup this time is so vast. That Zhuowen will definitely die. However, I don't know why, but I keep having an ominous premonition. This premonition is making me very worried. Naturally, Glen Lily also knew how terrifying the lineup sent to assassinate Zhuowen this time was. If there were no accidents, then Zhuowen would definitely die. However, there was always a trace of uneasiness in her heart. This trace of uneasiness made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Swoosh! Just as the many young geniuses of the Grant family were anxiously waiting, a stream of light streaked across the sky and arrived above the courtyard in an instant. "Greetings, family head. Greetings, family head." The other young geniuses in the courtyard all had looks of reverence on their faces. They all cupped their hands towards the descending figure with reverence in their eyes. This figure was Grant Haohai, who had just returned from the Drunken Spring Pavilion. At this moment, Grant Haohai's face was extremely gloomy. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand towards the other geniuses and said, "All of you, leave first." "Yes." After Grant Haohai said this, the other geniuses cupped their hands again and left the courtyard. In the end, only Glen Lily and Glen Daffodil were left standing in the courtyard. Whoosh! Grant How High slowly descended. He stared at Glen Lily as if he wanted to say something. Father. Did you already kill Zhuowen? And where is Elder Fu and the others? Why didn't they come with you? Glen Daffodil immediately went up to greet Grant How High as soon as he descended. Her beautiful eyes looked behind Grant How High and found that there was no one else there. A trace of doubt appeared on her pretty face. She knew that before Grant How High left, he had taken with him 2 early-stage Xuanzuan realm elders, including Elder Fu, and more than 10 ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Now that Grant How High had returned, but Elder Fu and the others weren't with him, an ominous feeling spread in the hearts of the 2 girls. Elder Fu and the others are all dead. Grant How High's voice was low as he spat out these words through gritted teeth. A trace of vicissitude appeared on his face. Dead? They're all dead. Father, are you joking? More than 10 ultimate Emperor realm cultivators and 2 early-stage Xuanzuan realm cultivators died just like that. Glen Daffodil's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she cried out in surprise. Glen Lily's expression wasn't much better than Glen Daffodil's, but she was still calmer than Glen Daffodil. She said in a low voice, could it be that Lu Hantian killed them? At this moment, Glen Lily was extremely calm. 2 Xuanzuan realm cultivators and more than 10 ultimate Emperor realm cultivators working together weren't something that an ordinary cultivator could kill. Thus, Glen Lily immediately thought of Lu Hantian. After all, Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerate cultivator. Dealing with the Xuanzuan realm cultivators was as easy as slaughtering dogs. What made Grand Baihe and Grand How High puzzled was that with Grand How High, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji, the 3 patriarchs, coupled with the terrifying power of the mixed Yuan tripartite array, wouldn't they be able to trap Lu Hantian? Grand How High shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lu Hantian was trapped by me, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian using the mixed Yuan tripartite formation at the first moment. It's actually not him. Could it be that some expert saved Zhuowen? Glen Lily's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she asked in surprise. That's not it either. Elder Fu and the others were killed by Zhuowen. The experts sent by the 3 families were completely annihilated. They all died at the hands of Zhuowen. Grant How High took a deep breath and slowly said something that shocked Glen Daffodil and Glen Lily. The experts sent by the 3 families had actually been completely annihilated while encircling Zhuowen. Furthermore, the instigator was actually the target of their assassination, Zhuowen. Glen Lily's delicate body trembled slightly as her cherry lips parted slightly. She said in disbelief, Father. Are you lying to us? Zhuowen's cultivation is only at the late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm. How could he be a match for Elder Fu and the others from the Xuanzuan realm with such a cultivation? Although this shocking news came from Grant How High's mouth, Glen Lily still didn't quite believe it. It wasn't that she didn't believe Grant How High, but the news that Grant How High spoke of was simply too unbelievable. 6 early-stage elders from the Xuanzuan realm and more than 30 late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm ancient martial art practitioners had surrounded and annihilated a late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm ancient martial art practitioner. No matter how one looked at it, there was no suspense in such a battle. However, the late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm ancient martial art practitioner had won in the end and killed everyone. Don't underestimate Zhuowen. That kid is very strange. He has cultivated a very strange body tempering technique. This body tempering technique actually allowed him to have 4 heads and 8 arms. It is because of this body tempering technique that this kid's strength is extremely terrifying. He is already comparable to ancient martial art practitioners from the Xuanzuan realm. Grant How High's gaze darkened slightly. When he thought of Zhuowen's peerless grace as the Wisdom King, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The 4-headed, 8-armed Zhuowen's strength was too terrifying. The early-stage Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioners hadn't even been able to withstand a single blow from him before they had perished. When they saw Grant How High's serious expression, Glen Lily and Glen Daffodil finally realized that Grant Hauhai wasn't joking with them. If what Grant Hauhai said was true, then Zhuowen was too terrifying. If he could even kill an early-stage Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioner, then wouldn't Zhuowen's combat strength be comparable to a mid-stage Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioner? Furthermore, Zhuowen's cultivation has increased again. He has reached the half-step Xuanzuan realm. Grant Hauhai spoke again, causing Glen Lily's delicate body to tremble. The astonishment in her beautiful eyes became even more intense. How could Zhuowen's cultivation increase so quickly? He was still at the late-stage Ultimate Emperor realm 10 days ago, but he had already reached the half-step Xuanzuan realm tonight. This speed was too fast. Father, then what do you mean? Glen Lily raised her head slightly. The astonishment in her eyes slowly faded and was replaced by calmness. She knew that Grant Hauhai wouldn't mention this in front of her for no reason. Lily. If you encounter Zhuowen in the Marquis Confuro battle tomorrow, forfeit. Grant Hauhai hesitated for a moment before finally saying this. Zhuowen was now mature, and his cultivation had surpassed Glen Lily's. He knew that Glen Lily was no longer a match for Zhuowen. In addition, he had formed a deadly feud with Zhuowen tonight. Grant Hauhai was really afraid that when they were in the arena, Zhuowen would deliberately unleash Glen Lily's strength. Hearing this, Glen Lily's pupils shrank. Her father actually asked her to forfeit tomorrow and give up on the Marquis Confuro battle. Quietly, Glen Lily suddenly fell silent. Grant Hauhai didn't urge her, as he knew how she felt at the moment. After a while, Glen Lily suddenly raised her head and stared at Grant Hauhai. Father, give me the near-hand mirror tomorrow. I want to fight. Hearing this, Grant Hauhai's pupils shrank. He emphasized again, Lily. Don't be rash. You should know how strong Zhuowen is now. Even if you have the near-hand mirror, you might not necessarily win. I'm willing to give it a try. I won't let Zhuowen divorce me so easily. Saying this, Glen Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Waves of energy turned into a hurricane and swept out from her body. Then, it turned into a pillar of energy that shot up into the sky. A terrifying aura spread out. This is, the mystic comprehending realm. Chapter 765. The peak of perfection. A figure was silently sitting cross-legged on the top floor of the intoxicated spring pavilion. It was a young man with delicate features and steady breathing. Tomorrow is the Marquis battle. Kid, you seem to have comprehended something. A black light flew out from the young man's forehead and turned into a Xiaohei dog. It sat on the young man's shoulder and spoke casually. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohei on his shoulder. He said indifferently, the battle in the first half of the night allowed me to comprehend a lot of things. My spear intent is still not perfect. As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly stood up, and with a squeeze of his right hand, a bone spear appeared in his palm. Whoosh! 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 Zhuowen moved like lightning and turned into a shadow above the pavilion. The long spear in his hand pierced out countless cold lights in the air. It was as bright as the stars in the night sky. Stomp! Zhuowen stepped on the eaves and leaped into the air. He stepped on the void and the bone spear in his hand evolved one move after another. His movements seemed slow, but they were actually as fast as lightning. A mysterious concept faintly spread out from the bone spear and formed countless blue spear shadows around Zhuowen's body. Surrounded by countless spear shadows, the speed of Zhuowen's spear dance became faster and faster. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. Looks like the battle in the first half of the night has given this kid a lot of inspiration. He has actually unleashed his spear intent to such an extent. Xiaohei lay on the roof and stared at Zhuowen's figure. Surrounded by countless spear shadows, every move of the spear became faster and faster. A trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Zhuo Wen's perception was indeed terrifying. Just one life and death battle had allowed him to comprehend so many things. Even his spear intent was constantly improving due to his perception. Perhaps before daybreak, this kid will be able to achieve great enlightenment and push his spear intent to the limit, and he might be able to directly reach the peak of perfection from the entry level. As he muttered to himself, the anticipation in Xiao Hei's eyes grew even more intense. He clearly knew that if Zhuo Wen's spear intent really made a breakthrough, his strength would most likely increase by several folds. Stepping on the void, the spear danced like the wind, graceful like a swan, imposing like a rainbow. Time slowly flowed by. The darkness in the sky gradually descended, and a trace of white began to appear. Wisps of dim yellow light gradually spread out from under the dome. Rumble. At this time, Zhuo Wen was still in a state of selflessness. He suddenly swung his bone spear, and instantly, a terrifying force of heaven and earth accompanied Zhuo Wen's spear intent as he flung it out. Immediately, a huge chasm that was hundreds of meters wide appeared where the tip of the spear pointed. Countless spaces collapsed and shattered, as if a hole had been torn open in the sky. What a terrifying spear intent! Did this brat succeed in his breakthrough? On the roof, Xiao Hei's eyes flickered as a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. With a swing of his spear, he directly created a huge chasm that was hundreds of meters wide in the void. Only a spear intent that had reached the peak of perfection could accomplish this. Without a doubt, Zhuo Wen's spear intent had made a breakthrough. Someone's coming. Looks like this dragon lord can't stay any longer. The instant the huge chasm appeared in the void, Xiao Hei clearly sensed that many of the practitioners in the intoxicated spring pavilion had been awakened by the commotion caused by Zhuo Wen, and they all rushed over. Immediately, Xiao Hei did not hesitate. He turned into a black flash and with a swoosh, entered the depths of Zhuo Wen's forehead. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Figures flew out from the intoxicated spring pavilion one after another. Most of these figures were practitioners who lived in the intoxicated spring pavilion, and there were also geniuses from the 8 great counties. At this moment, after they came out, they were shocked to discover that a huge chasm that was hundreds of meters wide had unknowingly appeared in the sky above the intoxicated spring pavilion. Countless spaces around the chasm had collapsed, making it look exceptionally terrifying. What a terrifying attack! Could this huge chasm have been created by that person? Looking past the chasm, everyone's gazes landed on a figure that was quietly hovering in the air not far from the chasm. This person was quite young, and held a bone spear in his hand. Densely packed blue spear shadows continuously surrounded his body. At this moment, Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian had also brought the geniuses from the Muqin county out of the intoxicated spring pavilion. They had also been attracted by the strange phenomenon that had occurred earlier. What a terrifying power! Could this huge chasm have been created by Zhuo Wen? Standing beside Lu Nantian, Lve Tao also noticed the huge chasm that had suddenly appeared in the sky, and shock was revealed in his eyes. Above, the chasm that was hundreds of meters wide had turned into a vacuum zone, and its destructive power was extremely terrifying. What a powerful spear intent! Zhuo Wen's spear intent has made another breakthrough. I'm afraid that it has already reached the greater perfection realm. Lu Hantian's eyes were far sharper than Lu Nantian and the rest. With a glance, he could see the difference in Zhuo Wen. At this moment, the aura on Zhuo Wen's body was even sharper and colder than before. Especially around Zhuo Wen's body, the countless blue spear shadows were actually slowly condensing, turning into thumb-sized blue crystals. Waves of mysterious concept energy violently rushed out from these blue crystals, causing people to be unable to look directly at them. These blue crystals were the concept energy that had been condensed when the concept energy had reached the peak. Its power was extremely terrifying. Since the concept energy had condensed into crystals, it also meant that Zhuo Wen's spear intent had undoubtedly reached the greater perfection realm. When Lu Hantian said this, everyone from Muqin County was shocked. Their gazes towards Zhuowen were filled with deep reverence. Many people's gazes were even filled with admiration. Zhuowen was undoubtedly the strongest representative of Muqing County at this moment, especially after the assassination attempt by the three great clans last night. Zhuowen had killed over 30 ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm cultivators and 6 Xuanzuan realm elders all by himself. Such a terrifying battle record had already shocked many geniuses in Muqing County. It was because of Zhuowen's continuous breakthroughs and miracles. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a god in the hearts of many geniuses in Muqing County. It was also because of Zhuowen's existence that Muqing County, which was still in the imperial capital, could hold their heads high when they were outside. Many factions in the imperial capital were even polite to Muqing County. In the end, the reason why Muqing County could receive such treatment was because of Zhuowen. This was because Zhuowen was the only genius from another county who had entered the top 5. He had also obtained the right to participate in the entrance examination of Jiaxin Academy. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's future was limitless. If he didn't fall along the way, he would definitely be an extraordinary person. It was because of Zhuowen that many factions in the imperial capital were extremely polite to the geniuses of Muqing County. Many of them even took the initiative to befriend them, causing the geniuses of Muqing County to feel as if they were floating on air. Lv Tao stared at the sky with a complicated gaze. The young man who was silently hovering in the air. Who would have thought that a young man from a low-level city would actually climb step by step from the bottom to where he was now? Lv Tao couldn't catch up. Zhuowen is the real genius. Lv Tao let out a low sigh and revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. With a light sigh, Zhuowen withdrew his spear and stood upright. He looked at the huge chasm in the void in front of him with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. I actually made a breakthrough. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. After meditating on the roof for a night, he had gained some enlightenment and actually made a breakthrough just like that. The breakthrough of spear intent had greatly increased Zhuowen's strength. It should be known that if Zhuowen transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, he could unleash 6 times the power of spear intent. If he transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms, he could unleash 8 times the power of spear intent. Zhuowen was confident that if he transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms, coupled with the spear intent of all 8 spears, he could even fight against a late-stage Xuanzuan realm expert. Looking at the gradually gathering crowd below, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He took a step and came to the side of Lu Hantian and the others. He saw Lu Hantian greeting him with a smile. Zhuowen. Your spear intent has reached the pinnacle. This time's conferred marquee battle belongs to none other than you. Lu Hantian stared at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. That's not necessarily true. After all, the top 5 people this time are all extraordinary. Zhuowen did not become complacent because of his breakthrough, which made Lu Hantian nod his head continuously. Zhuowen was neither arrogant nor discouraged. In Lu Hantian's view, Zhuowen's temperament was the best. It was no wonder that Zhuowen could break through so quickly. After all, sometimes the improvement of cultivation not only depended on one's comprehension, but also one's state of mind. If one's state of mind was not good, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the next realm if a heart demon appeared. Let's enter the Imperial City. The conferred marquee battle is about to begin. Lu Hantian nodded. After saying that, he led Zhuowen into the Imperial City. In the courtyard of the Grand Residence, a pillar of qi that rose into the sky slowly dissipated. Then, Grand Lily, who was in the middle of the qi pillar, slowly opened her eyes. Boom! A vast aura burst out from Grand Lily's delicate body. As she raised her hand, she was actually able to emit an extremely frightening aura. After a night of comprehension, my cultivation has risen to the half-step to the Xuanzuan realm. The mystic enlightening realm is indeed amazing. Feeling that her body was filled with surging energy, Grand Lily's delicate face revealed a trace of surprise. After a night of comprehension, she had risen from the late ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm to the half-step to the Xuanzuan realm. Her cultivation was now the same as Zhuowen's. Father. Give me the near-distance mirror. In this conferred marquee battle, I will let Zhuowen see the strength of the Grand Family. I will also let him know that the Grand Family is not to be trifled with. Grand Lily tilted her head slightly and her beautiful eyes fell on Grand Haohai, who was standing at the side of the courtyard. Great! Lily, your comprehension is indeed terrifying. You have entered the mystic enlightening realm under such circumstances. You may not lose this battle. As he spoke, Grand Haohai waved his right hand and a ray of light shot out from the spiritual ring on his finger and floated in front of Grand Lily. This was an ordinary mirror. Its appearance was not eye-catching. If one did not look at it carefully, one would not even be able to detect the subtle fluctuations of the spiritual treasure in the mirror. I may not lose this battle, but I will definitely win. With the near-distance mirror, Zhuowen has no advantage. It is basically impossible for him to defeat me. With a wave of her hand, Grand Lily kept the near-distance mirror in her arms. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pride. Chapter 766. A load of nonsense. Early in the morning, a huge crowd surged into the imperial city like a huge dragon. In front of the majestic throne room, the incomparably huge floating platform was still standing quietly without collapsing. Around the square, a dense crowd had already gathered. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They all knew that today was the day of the duel of Marquis. After today's battle, 3 marquises would be selected. Furthermore, the Azure Emperor would personally confer them the title of Marquis. It was a supreme honor and status. The status of a Marquis was extremely high within the imperial city. It was even much higher than that of the lords of the 8 great counties. They were revered by countless people. At this moment, Lu Hantian had already arrived at the square with Zhuowen. Of course, when Zhuowen entered the square, he naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Numerous burning gazes focused on him, causing Zhuowen to feel uncomfortable all over. This person is Zhuowen. It's hard to imagine that a genius from another county could enter the top 5. This is the first time this has happened since the establishment of the Azure Emperor leaderboard. Have you heard about the assassination incident that happened last night? It's said that the Glan, Feng, and Chao families joined forces to assassinate this person. In the end, the outcome was shocking. This person single-handedly wiped out all the experts from the 3 great families. This time, the experts included 6 experts from the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. What? The experts from the Xuanzuan realm all died at the hands of this person. I heard that this person's cultivation is only at the ultimate 9th Will Emperor stage. How could he kill experts from the Xuanzuan realm? Isn't that too terrifying? Zhuowen's arrival attracted the attention of the most people. Whether it was Zhuowen's identity as a genius from the outer counties or the assassination attempt that shook the entire imperial capital last night, Zhuowen's name had already spread far and wide. Around the square, countless people's gazes gathered on Zhuowen. Some were shocked, some were puzzled, and most of all, doubtful. There was an insurmountable gap between a 9-Will Emperor and a cultivator from the Xuanzuan realm. Among all the geniuses in the Qing Xian Empire, only the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, and the mysterious Qin Yan could achieve this. Zhuowen hadn't been very famous at first, and he had even been a nobody before. However, such a person was as terrifying as Huangfu Wudao and Qin Yan, who had been able to kill people of the Xuanzuan realm. Such a shocking fact would naturally arouse the doubts of many martial artists. After all, Zhuowen was indeed a genius, but not to such an extent. Although the news of the 3 great families of the imperial city joining forces to kill Zhuowen had spread like wildfire last night, the imperial city was, after all, a very large place. The number of martial artists who were able to come to the intoxicated spring pavilion to watch the fight last night was, after all, a small minority. Most of the martial artists had only heard about it through hearsay. It was precisely because of hearsay that most of the martial artists held a skeptical attitude towards what had happened last night. With Zhuowen's keen perception, he could naturally sense that many of the gazes directed at him were filled with doubt and disbelief. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with these gazes. An ultimate nine-will emperor had been able to kill a cultivator from the Xuanzun realm. It was an extremely unbelievable thing in the first place. Zhuowen had been born with a humble background, and he hadn't been famous at first. It was only natural that he would be doubted by others. When the marquee battle began later, Zhuowen knew that these doubts would vanish like smoke in thin air. When Zhuowen arrived at the square, he immediately discovered that Qin Yan and Zhu Bai were already there. Qin Yan and Zhu Bai also noticed Zhuowen's arrival. Zhu Bai's expression was cold. He glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, and then ignored him. Qin Yan narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Zhuowen. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen. I hope your luck is bad later and you draw me in the first round. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to personally eliminate you. A cold voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen to raise his eyebrows. He tilted his head and looked at Qin Yan, who was sneering at the corner of his mouth. It was Qin Yan who had sent him a voice transmission. On the contrary, if I draw you in the first round, it only proves that my luck is good enough. The one who will be eliminated will not be me, but you. Zhuowen's lips curled up as he also sent a voice transmission. Qin Yan snorted coldly and replied, You're quite confident. Unfortunately, when you meet me, I'm afraid you won't be so carefree. After saying that, Qin Yan stopped sending the voice transmission. Instead, he stood quietly in the middle of the square and stared mockingly at Zhuowen. He looked as if victory was already in his hands. Zhuowen could not be bothered with Qin Yan, who was overflowing with confidence. If it was before his breakthrough, Zhuowen might be afraid of Qin Yan. However, his cultivation was now on par with Qin Yan's. Moreover, his spear essence had reached the peak of perfection. To be honest, it would be extremely difficult for Qin Yan to defeat him, Zhuowen. The funny thing was that Qin Yan did not know that. He thought that Zhuowen's cultivation was still at the late stage of the nine-will emperor realm. He did not take Zhuowen seriously at all. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In the distance, two figures rushed over and arrived in the middle of the square in an instant. One of them was a beautiful woman in a dark green dress. The other was a dignified middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. The two of them were Grand Haohai and Grand Lily, who had rushed over from their residence. As soon as Grand Haohai landed in the middle of the square, his gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. A faint murderous intent leaked out from his body. Sensing the murderous intent from Grand Haohai, Zhuowen did not care at all. He said indifferently, Patriarch Grand Haohai, don't forget the agreement between us. If my results in this conferred marquee battle surpasses Grand Lily, your Grand Haohai will accept my letter of divorce. If you still want to deny it, I, Zhuowen, don't mind revealing the marriage contract between your Grand Haohai clan and our Zhuo clan. I will also publicize some of your Grand Haohai clan's actions. Grand Haohai's gaze hardened. He was still staring at Zhuowen. He said in a low voice, Do you really think that you have our Grand Haohai clan? I advise you not to be happy so early. Oh. Hearing Grand Haohai's meaningful words, Zhuowen frowned. He could not help but look at Grand Lily beside him. Kid. Grand Lily has made a breakthrough. She has also reached the level of a half-step Xuanzun realm. In his mind, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. He still remembered that Grand Lily's cultivation was similar to Zhuowen's 10 days ago. They were both at the advanced 9th will emperor realm. However, in just 10 days, Grand Lily's cultivation had actually soared to the half-step Xuanzuan realm. Wasn't this speed too fast? Zhuowen was able to reach the half-step Xuanzuan realm in such a short time mainly because he had absorbed the blood essence of the 6 great Xuanzuan realm elders using the blood-sucking technique. Only then did he barely break through to the half-step Xuanzuan realm. Grand Lily did not have the blood-sucking technique. The sudden increase in her cultivation immediately filled Zhuowen's heart with doubts. Swoosh! Another sound pierced through the air. An incomparably domineering figure suddenly shot out from the throne room. A terrifying aura overflowed in all directions, as if countless blades were slashing at him. This domineering and emotionless figure was the first prince of the imperial family, Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao leaped out and instantly reached the top of the square, falling like a meteorite. Get lost! Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. The direction that Huangfu Wudao was falling in was exactly where he was. Moreover, Huangfu Wudao had no intention of slowing down. He was directly falling towards Zhuowen's head. With Huangfu Wudao's speed and the enormous aura that he emitted, if Zhuowen did not move aside, he would definitely have to take this attack head-on. Huangfu Wudao's sudden action immediately caused many people in the surroundings to be stunned. Soon after, mocking gazes shot towards Zhuowen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Huangfu Wudao's action was obviously directed at him. Grand Lily and Qin Yan stared at this scene with mocking gazes. Although they were rather puzzled by Huangfu Wudao's sudden action, since it was directed at Zhuowen, they were naturally happy to watch the show. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he did not intend to clash head-on with Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was already an expert of the Xuanzuan realm. Coupled with the 9-headed snake armor spirit, his strength was probably comparable to a sovereign stage expert. There was no need for Zhuowen to face such an expert before the start of the conferred marquee battle because there was no need to. Zhuowen stomped his foot and took a few steps back, leaving the place where he was just now. Rumble. Huangfu Wudao landed on the spot. His terrifying aura caused the surrounding ground to crack inch by inch, forming a crater that was several feet deep. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment Huangfu Wudao landed, 5 invisible chi blades shot out from his body and shot towards Zhuowen. They reached him in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen's pupils constricted slightly as he gazed at the 5 blades of air that flew over. Huangfu Wudao's intentions were truly too obvious. Zhuowen wasn't an idiot, and he discerned with a single glance that the former was simply targeting him. With a flip of his right hand, a bone spear appeared in Zhuowen's hand. With a shake of his right hand, a blue spear shadow erupted and blasted against the 5 air blades. Bang! Suddenly, the 5 air blades and the blue spear shadow were in a deadlock in the air. Then, they suddenly exploded, completely annihilating the air blades and the spear shadow. Dang dang dang. Zhuowen took 3 steps back. His gaze became even more gloomy, and there were some doubts in his heart. Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao had never dealt with each other before. It was really puzzling that Huangfu Wudao would target him like this today. Huangfu Wuji. Soon, Zhuowen guessed the other person. It was the second prince, Huangfu Wuji. After all, Huangfu Wuji was Huangfu Wudao's second brother. Although the two didn't have a good relationship, they were still related by blood. As for Zhuowen, he had forcefully eliminated Huangfu Wuji in the top 5. This naturally caused Huangfu Wuji to feel as if he had lost all face. Thus, the current scene had occurred. You're a lowly person, but you do have some strength. Unfortunately, is a lowly commoner like you really qualified to participate in the conferred marquee battle? Countless clouds of dust swept away, revealing Huangfu Wudao's domineering and cold face. His cruel eyes stared indifferently at Zhuowen, while his face was filled with an arrogant expression. What a joke, what a bunch of nonsense. This marquee battle is presided over by Emperor Qing. As the first prince of the imperial family, you openly look down on the marquee battle. Do you not put Emperor Qing in your eyes? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.